to hit like on your way in, eh? Much appreciated. Let's take a moment of silence. I gotta tell you, I have so much to say. I want to talk about this idea of numbers against bad teams relative to what you do when the defense is just a little bit better. Nick Nurse talking about Will Barton. Oh, this is the Will Barton we knew. Yo, this is what your eyes want to see, right? Fred VanVleet. I hope there's another press tour. I really hope there's another press tour. I thought I was at a pretty peaceful place yesterday, and I wanted to give some time after this game just ended. The Raptors just lost to the Boston Celtics without Al Horford, without Jayson Tatum, without Marcus Smart. Let that register for you for a second. Those are three players that would start for you. They did not start for the Boston Celtics tonight. I want to tell you something. As a covert Boston Celtics fan as well, I am a big fan of this team, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. I have watched a lot of Celtics basketball. You did not see anything close to a good effort from the Boston Celtics tonight. Okay? This wasn't, oh, they just hit shots. It was a complete fluke. No, this was not by any means something that you could say was a solid Celtic effort. This was not some beastly game by Jaylen Brown. It's like, oh my God, Jaylen Brown went for 60 and we just couldn't do anything about it. A lot of this is self-inflicted. You cannot miss you cannot miss this many threes and expect to win in the NBA. But the question is, where was this team in Charlotte? And where are you people who have been telling me that, oh, Scottie Barnes had 0 points yesterday. Rob, you should have dug into him. Well, Fred VanVleet had 0 points at the half. Should we dig into him? Let's try not to make this entire thing about Fred. Although, shout outs to Real GM for this amazing graphic. Congratulations, Fred. I released a tweet around halftime, and I was like, yo, are Derek White and Malcolm Brogdan, are they top 50 too? How many top 50 players are there? Maybe there are like 100 top 50 players in the NBA. The real Mago. Yes, a magician, because he disappears when you need him. Disappears when you need him. Last year in the playoffs, you needed him, disappeared. Right now, you need him to show up big in a game that you absolutely need. Yo, some people don't understand the concept that the NBA season is not a sprint. It is a marathon. Now, there are some players like Joel Embiid, and you don't notice when they're not trying because they're that good. A Joel Embiid or a Nikola Jokic or Giannis Antetokounmpo, these guys can put up 25 points in their sleep. They don't need to try. They're not tryhards. Let's put it that way. They're not tryhards. Superstars like an Anthony Davis or a LeBron James. When I say superstars, I mean superstar talents. Maybe you don't have superstar execution, but a superstar talent, a superstar talent can put up 25 points in their sleep. A LeBron James does not go balls out every single night. That's not how he gets his big numbers at the end of the year. No, he coasts, relatively coasts. Great players coast. You ever talk to Kawhi Leonard? These regular seasons, what are they? They're practice. This is the right mentality, because these players who think this way about the regular season basically being a coasting practice, these are the players who actually have some energy and some actual stamina and something left in the tank for the games that actually matter, because there are levels to this. How many times do I have to say there are levels to this? And there really are. There are levels to defense, there are levels to offense, there are levels to offensive execution, there are levels to shot toughness, and quite frankly, there are things that you can do against the Charlotte Hornets and the Detroit Pistons and a completely depleted Lakers team. Yo, I'm trying to think about all of Fred VanVleet's big games this year. I'm trying to think of all of them. And it's just coming back to me over and over. It's like depleted team after depleted team. People swear he was an all-star. Look at the teams that he put those big numbers up against. Just go back and look at the teams. Where are these big performances against head-to-head matchups against really good teams? Where are they? Here is a fact. If you put up 50 points against the Charlotte Hornets and you put up 0 points against the Boston Celtics, you are now averaging 25 points per game. But you shouldn't be. It's almost like you shouldn't be. It's almost like those Charlotte Hornet games, they shouldn't count for as much. They really shouldn't, because they don't. Because anyone could have beasted that day. Yo, if it bothers me to some extent that Nick Nurse is just so hell-bent on winning every minute of every single game, regardless of who you're playing. It almost feels crazy to me when you listen to him after the game talk about the rough start that the Raptors got off to yesterday, and you're like, oh, it was really tough. And it's like, really? JT Thor and Svi Mykhailiuk, this was tough for you? Theo Maledon? Yo, I know people who cover the NBA who could not name one starter on the Boston Celtics if presented a picture. Like maybe one. If just presented a picture and a lineup and just say, who is that player? Is that like, can we do that? Can we do a segment on TNT Thursday and have Charles Barkley just look at the Boston Celtics lineup and be like, who he played for, and just say, yo, he plays for the Charlotte Hornets. What is his name? And just watch Charles Barkley be like, I don't know who that player is. That's a fact. But we know who Derek White is. We know who Malcolm Brogdan is. We know who Jaylen Brown is. I don't think the Celtics played well. I really don't. I think this was self-inflicted. Let's look at the stats just before I lose my mind here. In terms of team stats, that's not a typo. The Celtics shot 28.9%. And you could say you held them to 28.9%, but I'm telling you the defense was not that great. Okay? I'm just straight up telling you the defense was not that great. They shoot 28.9%. You shoot 18% from the three. 6 for 33. It's not a typo. You barely win the possessions battle. This is very rare for the Raptors. Now they could look at it and say, well, we usually win the possessions battle, and if you post these shooting splits and we usually have our 12 to 14 field goal attempt differential, well, then we probably win this game. But in order to do that, you have to play crazy aggressive defense, and then the trade-off is you don't have the splits. Because if you go crazy aggressive on defense, they get more breakaways. They get more easy shots. So the trade-off is always going to be there. You get 20 assists. What's the number? What's the magic number for the Raptors? 30 assists. They actually didn't start out too bad. The first quarter was not too bad. Fred VanVleet was bad throughout, but they were not bad in the first quarter. The ball was humming to some extent, okay? But it got progressively worse from there, and I got to tell you, that final play, I mean, I have so many thoughts, and we're going to talk to Coach Mo about it because he's lined up. If you're interested in calling in, you want to discuss this, you want to have a therapy session about it, whatever, call in. The link is in the description. In terms of the Raptors, 4 out of 5 Raptors were in double digits. I'll let you take a moment to figure out who wasn't. 2 for 14 for Fred VanVleet, 1 for 12 from 3. 1 for 12 from 3. Wow. I swear some of those shots were open. Some of those shots did not hit rim. I swear this man looked straight in the camera and said he was a top 50 player and the list was way shorter, and we all just sat there and discussed it for 3 fucking days. We just sat there and talked about it. We're like, oh, wow, well, he's not quite there. And then he said that every single time he gets an open 3, teams are just looking at him like they're calling timeouts. If this guy hits a 3, they're calling a timeout. Well, I mean, I guess one way to mitigate that is just not hit any 3s. He hits 1 3. He did not hit a field goal until the fourth quarter, and then he misses that final shot. And you got to ask yourself at that point, yo, Nick Nurse, you got a player who's 2 for 13. How the hell did you drop that final play for him? I gotta ask. Scottie Barnes, honestly, good bounce back game from him. He has 18, 8, and 5. I'm not gonna hype it. He had 4 turnovers. I think a couple of them were very unforced. This is probably the first time I've seen Scottie Barnes miss two what I would consider pretty obvious passes. One of them worked out okay. One of them didn't. There was one in transition where he misses a cutter. He somehow finds Chris Boucher. He makes it anyway. And then there was another play where it just he missed it. And I'm not used to Scottie missing passes, so I'm not sure how to feel about this game for Scottie. I thought Pascal Siakam played well. Kind of goes to the team in the second quarter, but I think like that third quarter, he was a really big part. I mean, of that comeback, he was very tough. He got to the line. Eight free throw attempts is a really good number for Pascal Siakam. I think he played a well-rounded game. I think there were some really good defensive possessions for him as well. OG Anunoby, tough shooting night for OG. I think he was a little too selfish tonight. I have never called OG Anunoby selfish. There had been a game in this season where I could have called him selfish, and I chose not to. But right now, we're at the end of the season, and I'm going to call it an ace and ace, and I'm going to call a spade a spade. There were a couple times tonight where, he ignored teammates to force shots, and I'm not used to him doing that. Um, and I didn't like it. But whatever. You take bad shots, the basketball gods will not reward you. But he guarded his ass off, and yeah. And Scottie, I mean, there were some defensive issues too. There were some rotation issues too. Um, but I think I'm gonna be 100. I think the injury, like the tweaks and there's a lot of little tweaks. He came up hobbling, with the ankle. He came up, with the finger. It's aches and pains. Some players are really, really good at playing through pain. He's obviously very good at it, but he does not look 100% to me. And if you're a Raptor fan, that should probably worry you. Why the hell is he playing right now if he's not 100%? Like, I would rather be ninth and he's healthy than be eighth and he's not healthy. Because if he's not healthy, you're not doing shit in the play-in or the playoffs. Um, for the Boston Celtics, they get 25 points from Jaylen Brown on 12 for 29. Not anyone's idea of efficient. 1 for 9 from three. Again, I think he forced a couple of dumb shots too. I think this was a bad game. That's the crazy part. I think this was a bad game for Jaylen Brown, and I think a lot of it was self-inflicted on him. And of course, off the bench, 29 points for Malcolm Brogdon. They don't get shit else from anybody else, really. Derek White with 17. Malcolm Brogdon just punishes the Raptors with 29. And he's a big guard, super skilled. I had a debate with somebody earlier this year about Fred VanVleet versus Malcolm Brogdon, and you not believe this, I chose Fred VanVleet. And I gotta tell you, if we did that, we had that conversation. I owe that dude an apology. I'm gonna write an email after this. I apologize. There's no fucking way in hell. Even with the defensive gap, and I think Malcolm Brogdon is, you could argue a worse defender, but I mean, the size element maybe balances it out. But I think Brogdon just plays with so much more poise and pace, and he's not selfish. He put up 29 points, and it was all in the flow. He didn't force shit. Like, there may be one bad shot in that entire thing. All right. Now, before we get to callers, I just want to say one quick thing, okay, to you fans out there, okay, because I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting exhausted of every single time Scottie has 0 points. Here comes the hate brigade. If you're a Raptor fan who is actively happy about Scottie Barnes having 0 points because he had, he didn't practice like between the Charlotte games. He was sick, right? He obviously was not feeling it. He left the court without shaking anyone's hand yesterday. I mean, you have a guy who really played through illness yesterday, and you're shitting on him for having 0 points, even though he has played incredibly well over the last couple months. Well, I don't say a couple months, but he's played well over the last month. He's the only player who really showed up for you in Philly. He's one of 3 players really who showed up for you tonight. I mean, what are you on? Like, are you a fan of this team, or are you a fan of yourself? Are you a fan of Fred VanVleet? Are you a part of Fred VanVleet's propaganda party where it's all Fred versus Scottie. Did I start this? Did I start the Fred versus Scottie stuff? My bad. My bad. Should I apologize for that? No, because look, let me tell you something. As someone who's a fan of the Sacramento Kings growing up, someone who's a fan of the San Antonio Spurs, you should be rooting for this dude to eventually take the reins of this team. Let me tell you why. The culture of a team starts with your superstar. If you want Christian Coloco growing up under this system where, the team captain is like this bet on yourself, play for a contract, type of guy, what do you think he's going to do when he comes up for a contract? You got to look at your organizational culture. Every time you come into a new company, think about you going to a new company. You come to a new company, okay? The first day you get there, you show up on time. All your coworkers show up late. There's no consequence for them showing up late. They talk shit to the boss, to their face. No consequences. Don't get fired. So what kind of employee are you going to be in a couple of weeks? Probably someone who is incredibly tardy and really rude. The tone has to be set by your leader. When I think about Tim Duncan, I think about the most selfless superstar in modern NBA history. One person who did not care about stats, did not care about MVPs. ESPN is ruining your brain. I am listening to this Joel Embiid, Giannis, Kendrick Perkins talking bullshit about whatever. Yo, what is going on with this world right now? I don't want to make this meta because last night's stream was meta enough, but I'm just going to say it straight. Basketball is a beautiful sport. It is a beautiful sport. When played the right way, it is an absolutely beautiful sport. And what the Raptors have done to my eyes for 80 games, I don't think I will recover from this for 5 months. You need to be an advocate for Scottie, and I'm going to tell you why. He plays the right way, man. He plays the right way. He's not a perfect player. No, he's not. He's not going to hit every defensive assignment. He may never be like a super duper star. Maybe he's not going to be LeBron James or whatever. But I'm telling you, if he is the person who is setting the tone for how your team approaches basketball, the ball will move. People will be happy. You want to see another year of infighting? You want to see another year of rumors, leaks? You want to see that? I don't. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick. I'm not sick. I have a bit of a sore throat, so I might have to clear my throat a couple times. It's been happening a couple days now. I want to see this kid set the tone for what it means to be a Raptor. Do you understand that? I want the rookie who comes in next year as the 15th, 14th, 13th, 12th pick, whatever. I want that kid to come in, and when he starts thinking about getting a 20-piece at the expense of ball movement and team, I want somebody in the leadership position, be it a coach or a star player, who can look at that kid and say, no, that's not Raptors basketball. This isolation bullshit, that's Fred ball. He's gone. It's not lost on me the irony of Fred VanVleet talking about the bench mob with CJ Miles and how beautifully that team played. Yo, Fred VanVleet, go back to your bench mob days. Ideally on a bench for somebody else. But seriously, think about how that team played. Think about how the bench mob played. They played together. They played fast. What is this? This is pound the rock for 22 seconds and look for yours. This is all this has been all year, is trying to manufacture numbers against bad teams and being unable to do the same thing against good teams time and time and time again. Where are you? You cannot shoot 1 for 12 after proclaiming yourself to be a top 50 and the list is way higher. You can't do that. You can't be an all-star and then literally be the worst player. Yo, this is the go along, get along crew. The go along, get along gang. What did Kwame call it? The go along, get along gang. Last year, when Fred VanVleet fizzles out of the playoffs, he goes out in game 4. The Raptors are on the verge of getting swept. I guess he decided, let me go 1-2-3 Cancun a little bit early. Not expecting that. How could, and obviously from his perspective, how could my team, who with me as a top 50, way better than top 50 player, if we can't win a game in this series with me, how the hell are we going to win a game without me? So he rips off his jersey and he leaves. And then what happens? Raptors win that game. Oh, now it's 3-1. Lucky break, whatever. The Sixers took it lightly, and then the Raptors win. Oh no! And now the chatter started. And what happened? What happened? People started asking very loudly and very clearly, is this team better without Fred VanVleet? Now that they do not have this small guard pounding up the rock, being a defensive liability, is this team better? And what happened on ESPN? What happened? JJ Redick snaps. JJ Redick snaps. He's like, no, you are not going to say that. Fred VanVleet is an incredible defender. It's like, bro, what are you watching? He was a pylon. Tyrese Maxey put up 44 points. What is this? Let me give you another example. Okay, let me give you another example. And this one's a deep track. Nate Bjorkgren flames out in Indiana. There are accusations all over the place that he is mentally unfit to be a coach, that he led to locker room tensions, that there are players on this team who will not play for him. Goga Batiste and Greg Foster are going at it. The team absolutely quits on him. They fire him after 1 year, okay? There are rumors. A circulated sense of rumors starts with a Woj bomb. It goes from one place to another place to another place. Suddenly, Shams has got it. Everyone is coming at Nate Bjorkgren all at once. Who came to his defense? Ryan Wolstadt, Nick Nurse, Fred VanVleet. And these three opinions are so clearly linked to one source, aren't they? Because you got to protect your own, right? It doesn't matter what he's actually done in that locker room to offend this many players, their sensibilities to lead from a 48-win team, which is what the Indiana Pacers were when they hired him, to whatever the hell they became with him. I believe they were 34-win teams, 35-win teams, something like that. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. The team played horribly. And the chemistry issues, and there were all these rumors. And I'm not saying I don't know anything. I don't know Nate Bjorkgren. I don't know if that's true. But it was so interesting to see Nick Nurse, Fred VanVleet. What was Fred VanVleet's quote? If you don't like Nate, you're crazy. Direct quote. These people are so good at this. And now CJ Miles is involved too. Oh, if you got something to say about Fred VanVleet and you're not a professional basketball player, well, you can shut the hell up. 1 for 12 is a really bad percentage, CJ Miles. Pull up a calculator. This is your top 50 guy. Love CJ Miles going back and forth on, you are on the wrong side. And look, the media is what it is. Vultures. Okay. When this dude is out of town, wait for the shit that comes out. They're going to distance themselves. There are so many people in this world that have zero integrity. And I'm just going to say it straight. They're supporting one thing, then one day when it turns, they're supporting something completely different. Okay. You are never going to see me turn on Scottie Barnes. If you're waiting for that day to come, you can go like hell will freeze. It's not going to happen. Because I will never, ever, I can never turn on somebody who plays basketball the right way. I can never turn on somebody who plays for their team. I'll never turn on a good person who is always going to be serving others. It's just not something within me. There's no... So when he goes for 0 points, you're not going to see me be like, Scottie Barnes is terrible. Oh my God, this is what you're not going to see me flip-flop on his character. You're not going to see me flip-flop on his future, because that's not something worth flip-flopping about. Sorry, there's 228 comments. I'm not looking at any of them right now because they get distracting. I will take a look at them while we're talking, though. I'm not willing to flip-flop on what I feel about people. I can tell you that Fred VanVleet had a good game, and then Fred VanVleet had a bad game, and then I can definitely go from that to that. But I'm not changing my mind about people every fucking week. People are who they are. For the most part, people do not change. Some people, very rare people, they do change. If you are a Raptor fan, you need to push for this Scottie first narrative of leading the team, because I'm telling you that everything that's going on with this team right now, from a perspective of direction and selfishness, is being created by somebody. The idea of this basketball is coming from somebody. If you went to the San Antonio Spurs and you tried to play like this, you weren't on the San Antonio Spurs. They wouldn't tolerate this. And you wouldn't try to do it because your selfless leader is getting coached hard by the coach. Yo, that was the whole narrative around the San Antonio Spurs, around Duncan's dominance. That Greg Popovich could go at Tim Duncan in practice and he would go at him harder than he would go at any other player. That he could call him out and say, Timmy, you missed that defensive rotation. This is the complete opposite of the San Antonio Spurs. The irony is not lost on me that we keep trading with the San Antonio Spurs, and yet we're the most opposite team from that team. No, this is a team in which the stars are protected and the role players are called out. I do want to say Gary Trent Jr. had a rough game, but I was expecting that. Give him some time. I was actually very curious to see if he would come back at all. There was a part of me seeing from his body language and seeing from how Nurse was addressing him that I was like, is he just out on the season? It is a very good sight to have him back. Before we get to the callers, I just want to say very quickly, I apologize for going on so long. I had a lot to say. I really hope they convert Jeff Doughton's contract. I really hope they don't waive Joe Wieskamp. But from the way Nick Nurse is talking, they're probably not going to waive the person that I want them to waive, which is Will Barton. Because he's, he was just a 15-point per game scorer last year. This is how all these people think. He has never been a good defender, ever. Okay? Tonight, he was a pylon. That second unit with him, Gary was massively compromised today as well on defense. He sold hard. But Will Barton was not much better. Okay? So if you're expecting him to put up 20 points, you better expect to play the Charlotte Hornets every single night. It's not going to happen. So whatever the hell you're holding out for with this guy, I'm telling you, Nick Nurse, if someone gets this to you, please clip this message and send it to Nick Nurse. Stop playing Will Barton. Just stop it. You can't just ignore the entire sample size and focus on the one game that agrees with what you thought. Okay? He's been good for one game. One game. Against the worst team in the NBA, playing their worst possible lineup. Like, there are G League players who could drop 30 points against that team right now. Are we forgetting, like, there are some crazy performances in Raptor history during tanking seasons at the end. Go Google them. Go Google them. When the Raptors were not in contention, go see some of the teams that we fielded and some of the numbers that those players put up. Jalen Harris, he was not in the NBA the next year. He put up a pretty big performance at one point. So, look, these don't... Nick Nurse has blinders on sometimes, He sees what he wants to see, right? And if he thinks it, like he thinks Nate Bjorkgren is a great guy, so he's going to see every single thing that agrees with that version. He thinks Fred VanVleet is clutch. What is Nick Nurse going to say in the postgame about why Fred VanVleet took that last shot? Well, Freddie had a really tough game. He started out really rough, but he hit those two shots in the fourth, and we just thought we'd go with the hot hand. It's like, it's difficult to keep calling him smart because he understands like basketball philosophy, and to keep ignoring how little he understands math. Anyway, let's get to some callers here. We have three lined up. We have Coach Mo, we have Layne, and we have James. I would like to not make this a 3-hour live, guys. I understand. Like, I think we're all a little bit exhausted. I started this a little bit late for a reason. So let's try to keep these calls to, I'm going to say 10 minutes. Let's try to keep these 10 minutes, okay? I'm going to go Layne, then Coach Mo, then James, okay? Layne, you're up. What's up?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on?
I think back to last August when Malcolm Brogdan was traded to the Celtics,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a report that came out from Woj that said the two teams that were interested in that were like in deep trade talks were the Raptors and the Celtics. However, the Pacers are a very first-class organization when it comes to trading players, and they like to honor where the player wants to go. And
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm Brogdan ultimately chose the Celtics because he felt like they were further along in the process. Um, how many issues that would have solved to have Malcolm Brogdan on this team is just insane to think about. I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say that we win 10 more games this year with Malcolm Brogdan on this team. I really don't. I really don't at all.
I think it would be out of the realm of possibility because he would have to play minutes in front of somebody, and that person would not be Fred VanVleet. So you would play a backcourt of Fred VanVleet and Malcolm Brogdon, and Brogdon would not have a chance to do some of the things that he would need to do in order to be effective, which is why I think 10 games is very generous.
Yeah, I mean, could be, but I think that he's a leader, and he knows his role and he knows how to be a star in his role. There's certain guys that are like that. Malcolm Brogdon could be a starting point guard on 10 to 12 teams in the NBA right now,
That's probably true, yes.
very easily. However, he accepted a 6 man role and he's lived in that role. He's mainly catch and shoot. He does have some facilitating responsibilities, but he's a star in his role. I seriously think that through a lot of the injuries, because OG was out for a few games, Gary's been spotty, Pascal's injury in November, and then it would be easier to play Fred a lot less if he was on.
But I don't think that you're fully appreciating the Nick Nurse element of this.
I know.
If Malcolm Brogdon was on this team, Nurse would run a 2 point guard lineup with Brogdon off the ball, and that would mean less on ball reps for Scottie,
Mm,
definitely. That would also mean less minutes for Gary, and I think that that would be a bad thing in general because I think Gary's been really good for us.
for sure.
Um, so the point is, unless you could convince Nick Nurse to be like, okay, we're gonna cut Fred's minutes back to 28
Mm,
because of all his injury issues last year, and we're gonna play Brogdon like 25 minutes, and Brogdon's gonna have like a lot of on-ball reps when Fred's not on the
mm,
court without him, is then maybe. The problem here is always going to be the Nick Nurse equation. Someone yesterday, I think during yesterday's live, talked about this sort of element of sabotage where every single time something starts to boil up for somebody, Nurse will always cut it. Like Delano Banton, Malachi Flynn, like these guys have had stretches of
mm.
inspired basketball. You're not just going to tell me. And of course, now they're not playing. So it's very easy to say, well, they're just not NBA players. They suck. They're terrible. We have no backup point guard. Everyone wants to use that excuse. But their numbers aren't so terrible. You know, they aren't so terrible. They haven't been so bad that you're just like,
No.
and then you consider the context of how they've gotten minutes, how sporadically they've gotten minutes, how
Mm,
often they haven't even known that they were going to go into the game, and then they've been pulled into the game in the third quarter for the
mm.
first time after sitting for 2 hours. They're just in the game, and they have a 6 minute stretch, and that 6 minute stretch is going to be part of their stats. So you can make someone look really bad if you're a coach. Like I
Yeah.
can make you look terrible. Like if I'm the coach of the Raptors right now, let's just say like let's flip it. Let's say I'm the coach of the Raptors and I hate Fred VanVleet and I'm really starting to get there with him where I dislike him very strongly. I am actually and let's just say my goal of the season is the exact inverse of Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse, his goal is to get Fred paid. Let's say my goal is to send Fred to Taiwan. Okay? So what I'm gonna do is first of all, I'm gonna give him quick hooks. I'm going to put very, very weird lineups around him. I'm going to make sure that he is off the ball and maybe even on the ball in certain matchups and off the ball. And I'm going to make it so that he's off ball in matchups where he needs to be on ball and on ball in matchups where he's off ball. I'm going to make sure that nobody's setting screens for him. I'm going to make sure that this guy stands in the corner and that the offense just ignores him. I'm going to pull him into weird substitution patterns. I'm going to pull him out in 3 minutes and then put him back in 2 minutes and then maybe sit him for 5 minutes. And, every time he gets hot, I'm just going to bench him. Could I tank his season? So easily I could tank his season. I could tank his season worse than he's tanking his own season if I wanted to. But people don't realize this aspect of it. That if a coach has a disproportionate favoritism to one particular player, and there are a lot of times in AAU where a parent of a player on the team,
Mm.
you've heard of this obviously, right?
Oh, for sure.
And that team is just basically an exhibition for that player, but that player is nationally ranked, and everyone just kind of quietly grumbles about it, and they just put up with it.
Yeah.
But is Fred VanVleet born to Nick Nurse? Is like we're gonna find out that Fred VanVleet is like Nick Nurse's illegitimate son or something? Like what the hell is this connection between these two players, these two people, that is so strong that come hell or high water, no matter what Fred VanVleet does on defense, no matter how bad the matchup is, how can you as a team, like, I'll just ask you a question. Let's say you're in the Toronto Raptors, team. Let's say you are, the fifth starter or the first guy off the bench, and you're in the Philly series last year, and you see that your teammate Fred VanVleet is clearly compromised on defense. He can't stay in front of anybody. He's not making shots. He is killing your team, as anyone who was watching those games could see. And he keeps playing 35 minutes a night. Would you be pissed?
Oh, for sure. If anybody, I don't care. I mean, you put Siakam, OG, Barnes, I'd be pissed for anybody that keep doing that. I do agree though. It is unfair. The amount of how do I put this? The amount of like second chances he gets. Um, and some guys are deserved. I will say Barnes, he does deserve second chances. He's young, super young, growing player. I mean, if they one day want him to take over the keys of the franchise, you're gonna want him to screw up now. So then later he has that experience. I think Siakam's earned it. I think Siakam's earned the screw up and keep going. I think OG's earned it because of how much he gives you on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, I mean, but a guy like Fred, it worries me how much money is talked about because usually, obviously, it's on everybody's mind. There's not one player in the NBA that is going to sit there and tell you, yeah, I'm worth 25 to 30 million, but I'll take 10 to 15.
Mm-hmm.
No player is going to tell you that in the NBA,
Right.
right? But the fact that it's talked about to the magnitude it is crazy. And I mean, believe it or not, I stay even kill on everybody. I like Fred as a player. I don't mind Fred. Like before the season, let me say that. Before the season, I did not mind Fred as a player. But this year, it's just taken such an extreme jump in his rhetoric. And the fact that he feels like he has to justify himself by going on all these podcasts and talk shows. I mean, I don't know. I feel like every time I see Fred on one of them, it's always about me, me, me. But then every time I see Siakam and Barnes on one of them, it's about the team. We're gonna surprise people. We're gonna put this together, kind of thing, right? Even when they're asked about, oh, you're an all star, you were rookie of the year, right? Like talking about Siakam and Barnes, they talk about that was my teammates that got me there, kind of thing. It's always team centered. It is never personal. But then every time it's Fred on there, it's a completely different story. It's like, yeah, I'm top 50, and it's like, is he probably one of the top 50 most talented players in the NBA? Honestly,
Skilled, yes.
skilled.
Talented, no. There is a difference.
There is a
Talented, Precious Achua is more talented than him.
oh for sure.
So
But
he's not one of
you
the five
add,
most talented players on his team.
you add 5 inches to Fred VanVleet though.
Yeah, I've said it before too. If
I
you
mean,
add 5 inches to
thing.
Fred VanVleet, all the stuff that he can't do right now becomes so doable, and he
Yeah,
becomes like maybe a top 10 player. I said top five yesterday. I don't think so, but like top 10, yeah,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah,
Like if you 6 inches, six
yeah,
inches, and maybe 6 more inches of wingspan, so he's like basically Dylan Brooks size.
yeah,
Yeah, he could be great. Like he could be a
yeah.
really good player. Maybe he could be a star,
And
you know? But
for sure.
the inches do matter. Like you
Yeah,
can't say like, oh well, if Shaq was 6'4", was I guess if Shaq was 6'4", he wouldn't be himself, right? Like
no,
it's not the same thing. If Allen Iverson was 6'6", would he be Michael Jordan? Like I mean, shit, yeah, he probably would be,
yeah.
right?
I
Like
mean, yeah.
so those inches do matter, big time.
Yeah, oh for
You
sure. I
know,
mean, if Shaq was 6'4", he'd play D3 basketball and be in a church league somewhere right now.
I don't
Like
think so. I think he was.
let's
I don't think so. I think he was
I,
a hell of an athlete, and
I know.
if he
I
was
know.
six, if he, but like you think about it. You think about a guy like T.J. Ford. You think about a guy like which I mean, admittedly, you're in your early 20s, so T.J. Ford might be a bit before your time, and my next reference is definitely before your time, which is Muggsy Bogues. But I'm sure you're aware of
Yeah,
these players.
yeah,
And I mean, Muggsy Bogues, when you watch Muggsy Bogues in the gym, I remember watching him once live, and like he would throw like a fake, and the entire building would look the other way, like where'd the ball go? He's so talented. Mohamed
yeah.
Abdul Rauf, if people remember that dude, he was so talented. I mean, you add 5 or 6 inches to any of these guys, like you're talking
Mhm.
about a completely different, like a Hall of Fame. I mean, Abdul Rauf, he comes around at a different time. He might have been a Hall of Fame player, anyways. So I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of variables and ifs, but I'm trying to ask myself right now, if you give Malachi Flynn, Jeff Doughton, any of these guys this level of offensive load, would they perform reasonably around the same?
In a year or two of NBA experience, hell yes. Of consist like if you were to get them that, because it does like game
I mean,
experience.
they're both
It
more athletic than Fred.
they
They're
they
both
are they,
faster than Fred.
they are, but it
And in the case of Malachi, like I mean, he gets his shot off like really well. Like
mm,
I've seen him play in the pro am. I've seen footage from him in the pro am, whatever. Like these are like I have a feeling. Look, there are a lot of Raptor players that have surprised by going to other teams. Ish Wainwright, Yuta Watanabe in parts this season. Although Raptor fans are very, very quick to say, "But he fell off after KD." Yeah, look, okay, yeah, it's still half a season of 55% 3-point shooting. I think we would have taken that.
oh,
We look at Terrence Davis. There's so many players who have done well, and I
that
suspect
one.
Justin Champagny will do well as well. So I'm very curious if we let go of Malachi Flynn, does he become like a de facto backup point guard for 10 years somewhere? Because I feel he will.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that about shoot. I think if we let go of Gary Trent Jr., he develop into an absolute. I think he would develop into the third best player on the championship team somewhere else. I seriously feel that way about him. I think he doesn't get enough freedom in this offense because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. He does get his shots, but I feel like he could be so much more of a microwave scorer, and that's my
I don't
issue.
know about third best player on a championship team. I think that's like OG territory.
I think he'll get there. He's young. He's only 23.
He's 24. And
Okay, my fault.
he can get there for sure. Anyways, any final thoughts on this game? Anything that stuck out for you?
Yeah. I think if you would have told me that Pascal Siakam had 28 points on 58% shooting before the game and Jaylen Brown would have attempted more shots than he had points, I would have thought it was a Raptors win. Um, but yeah, it's just crazy to look at the box score. I mean, this is a night where you look at Siakam and you wish that he had a guy like Kawhi still playing next to him. I felt that way about the playoffs last year in Philly. I mean, he shot 50% from the field, averaged 22 points a game. That's a series you would still like to see a guy like Kawhi play next to him. That's so
I don't
much
think he
easier.
averaged 50% from the
He did.
field.
I think it was like 49.6 or something like that. It was
It was
something.
definitely in the 40s. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 49.6. I mean, it was like point 0.4 off. But like, yeah, I mean, it's just crazy to think if Kawhi would have stayed, not only would we have repeated, we would have had a chance to three-peat. And it's crazy to think about.
There's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas there, but yeah, I appreciate calling it, man.
No problem. Have a great night.
Cheers. Have a good night. Quick shout out here. Thank you so much, John Lemg. Please let me know if I'm saying that correctly in the chat. For the super chats, he says, "I hope Fred VanVleet gets the Dennis Schroeder treatment this offseason." Yeah, I mean, look, some people think I'm crazy about like, oh, he might get an international contract. I'm not very serious about that. Obviously, I think he's smart enough as a business person to avoid that outcome. But let me be very clear with you. He is aggressively overbetting, overestimating his market right now. There are a lot of talented point guards, and there's a few coming into the league now as well. Um, and if he demands a max contract and a starting spot, like his market is very small. It's very small. So will a team like Houston or Orlando, whatever, overpay for him? Definitely, we could see that happen, but maybe not. And yeah, I think when I hear him say top 50 and I'm just way better than that, or that list is way shorter in my mind, I don't want to misquote him. I'm just like, I would love to do a straw poll of GMs and see how many of them feel that way. And of the people who do agree with that, how many are cool with him saying it out loud because they barely feel that way? That's what I'm saying. All right. Another 10 minutes to Coach Mo. Coach Mo, what's up?
I'm good. I'm just the whole nurse situation and the whole when you're talking about Nick Bjorken and how his Indiana stint went, and it was just 1 year, and it wasn't that long ago where this guy was thought of as the next great coach in the league, and he already was starting to get like a coaching tree. And boy, oh boy, has
Why do you
has
think
has
that is?
that
Somebody asked me a question the other day. They're like, "When's the last time you saw a Raptor coach who had a commercial?" I think people who are like highly manipulative, like that was one thing that Nate Bjorken was accused of. They said he was a master manipulator. I don't deny it. I don't doubt it. I don't know him, but I don't doubt it. And one of the things that I think one thing that master manipulators do well is they are excellent at hyping people up about who they are and their role in certain things. I know things about Nick Nurse during the championship run. And again, I've hinted at this multiple times. And I just feel every time I think it comes to the tip of my tongue, I'm like, don't say it. Because it's going to lead to so much shit coming back at you, and you're not ready for it. You're not big enough. You're not lawyered up enough. And he's on the verge of a contract, and he will sue you. So you know what I mean? Like there's, but I'm just hinting at it, and I'm telling you that once he leaves, once like we find out shit about people like 6 7 years later.
Yep.
Usually there's a reason for that, because the heat dies down, usually the consequences go down, but people just want to be on record about it, right? So within the next 6 7 years, you will re-examine, you will have a very different perspective on who Nick Nurse was during that championship run.
And it's just
Yes.
crazy where he has fallen in just this
Yeah.
year, where you can say a year and a half.
Yeah.
And I think his blinders are really what killed him. His blind loyalty to especially Fred, I think, because you can argue and you can make a good argument the roster isn't great, right? It's like if you ever watch the Food Network and then there's like one of the shows is they give you a set number of ingredients and they don't all really go together and all the chefs have to make something out of them, right? And
Yep.
then there are people who taste it. So it's slightly difficult.
Yep.
That's what Nurse was given this year. And the thing that's so bad about it is he was given almost the exact same ingredients last year. So it's like he's it's not even a blind taste, it's not a blind ingredients reveal. You know what you're getting. They don't necessarily all fit, but you know what you have. And you still made a horrible dish. That to me, that's a fireable offense. Because you knew what you had. Fred's not put in the best position to succeed. Barnes wasn't put in the best position to succeed.
This year,
This year,
you don't think Fred's in a good position to
no,
succeed?
not for him. Not for him. I think his role is too big. If he was
Bro,
put in a better position to succeed, he'd be taking better shots.
let me give it to you this way.
He's in
If
over his head, is what I mean. Way over his head.
But he doesn't think so, and neither does Nurse. They think it's just
And
shooting
that's the
variance.
problem. That's the
But
problem.
but but here's the point: if you're Fred VanVleet, right? What has been your role and reputation throughout most of your time in the league? You are a bench guard, off guard, combo guard. Okay, that has been the reputation. What has been the consistent question? Shooting efficiency, playmaking, running a team. Can you do it without Kyle Lowry? That was the big thing, because if you can't and you're going to be our third guard, we are going to pay you like our third guard, which is exactly what he's being paid right now, 22 million, right? That's a cap.
Yeah.
If you want a max contract, you need to be the guy.
Hmm.
Because if some other team is coming to pay, whatever, like, look, the contract element of this is always going to be the paramount thing. In order to justify a maximum contract from either the Raptors or another team, you cannot be a 6 foot shooting guard who comes off the bench. You just can't. Because no one is paying $35 million for a 6 foot shooting guard coming off the bench.
But who's gonna pay for a 6 foot shooting guard that can't even take Hauser off the dribble?
Good,
Who's
good,
paying
good,
for
good,
that?
good
Because I
point.
saw that today and I was like, wow, he can't. He's struggling to take Hauser off the dribble from the 3 point line. I'm like, if he's not setting if Yak is not setting a screen for him, if Achua is not setting a screen for him, he's creating zero separation. Absolutely none.
Facts. Facts. No, look, I'm not denying that. But let me put it this way. If he gets hot against some really bad teams, right? The tracking data will say that the numbers that he achieved were achieved in the role that he achieved them in. Look, obviously there's some GM out there who is like going to be hyper vigilant, and they're not going to want him. They're going to look at every single game. They're going to look
Yeah.
at they're going to look at all the game footage. They're going to be tracking him all year if they're really thinking about bringing him in. And they're going to be like, do I want a guy who puts up all his big numbers against bad teams and puts up all his stinkers against good teams? No, I don't. I don't want that. So fuck it, you know? But there's so many obstacles in the way when you are a player like Fred VanVleet, when you're trying to level up to being a player like Kyle Lowry. And he's not a player like Kyle Lowry, and he'll never be. But the point here is that in order to justify that big, jump in salary role recognition around the NBA, you have to hit certain benchmarks. So, number one, you have to be able to prove that you can be a lead initiator and a lead guard, because that's a really big role on a team. You can't be microwave scorer off the bench. They're not going to pay you for that.
They're not paying Jordan
right?
Clarkson max money.
Exactly. So the second part is you can't be off the ball, because there aren't a lot of teams that are looking for 6-foot shooting guards. There are hardly teams looking for 6-foot point guards.
Yeah.
You understand? So Fred VanVleet and Nick Nurse are very aware of this. They know this. They're not stupid. And because they know this, they have to put the square peg into the round hole at the expense of Scottie Barnes, at the expense of Pascal Siakam, at the expense of Gary Trent Jr., at the expense of OG Anunoby, all of whom, by the way, if coming off the screen, are more lethal and more deadly than Fred VanVleet. I don't give a shit what anyone says. Yo, there was a person, Yoni, in the chat. I don't know if that guy is still here, saying like Barnes is not ready. He can't dribble or shoot. Bro, did you watch the first half? He got by his man whenever the hell he wanted. You can talk about the looseness of the handle. You can talk about the shot, but he can get past his guy. He is long. He is quick, and he can take Sam Hauser off the dribble in his sleep. Are you kidding me?
Because they have moments of burst. He has moments of burst. Fred has zero burst. Zero burst. Like
exactly.
None. He has no burst in him.
Right.
From a
that's
standstill, from like a 1-2 hop, like without dribbling all the way back to half court and getting a running head start, Fred has zero burst.
Birds of a feather flock together. You agree with that?
I do agree.
I do too. I have never, I got to tell you, like when I think about my time in the film industry, I always think about like whenever there's like a scandal that comes out or like somebody, did something crazy on set or abused somebody or whatever. And I start thinking about the people that they fuck with. I'm just like, I'm thinking about my relationship with those people. I'm like, no wonder they're all friends, because they all think that way. They all do that. They all have that sort of nitpicky attitude because, that's just it. Birds of a feather flock together. I have to start thinking about this. And you know what? I want to tell you something. And some Raptor fans probably are feeling pretty depressed after this loss, predictably. And I want to say something that is hopeful. I want to offer Raptor fans a little bit of hope. Okay. Master manipulators are so freaking great at shielding you from seeing their true colors. I really believe that. I have experienced it in my life. I have experienced it in sports as well. I can tell you that they're very good at it. But the very idea that Nick Nurse is on the outs with management right now should be a very good sign for you as a Raptor fan.
The fact that him and Fred are doing clutch sports damage control.
Exactly. Because if this organization
and those are the ringleaders. Those are the ringleaders for what's going on this year. Those two. I don't even want to, at this point, I'm not lumping Pascal with them. I'm not even doing that.
I'm not either. You know what? Like, that was the thing. Like, Pascal showed up tonight. He played well. No shade on Pascal. I don't think he's top 5. I don't think he's top 10. I don't think he's top 20. And hopefully we as Raptor fans can all move on from that narrative. And just whoever put that top 5 shit into his head, I don't doubt it was one of these two. Okay? So, or Rico Hines. So whoever put that into his head and gassed him up like that, stop doing it. Okay? There are levels to this. There's talent to this. He is never going to get there, in my opinion. He never top 5. So that's where I was with him. But if we can move past that, we can move past the Pascal stuff. Okay. He is still a very good player, still a starter on a championship level team. I could easily picture him on the Phoenix Suns right now in place of DeAndre Ayton, and I'd pick them to win the championship, like easily. I could picture him on the Boston Celtics in place of Al Horford, and I would pick them to win a championship. I could picture him on the Milwaukee Bucks in place of Chris Middleton, and I would pick them to win the championship. I can see him participating in a championship, no problem. But I will tell you this much. I've been noticing Pascal moving closer and closer to Yak on the bench. Used to sit with Fred a lot. Used to see him talking to Fred a lot. Now I see him speaking more to Yak. I think Jakob Pertl has been in a weird way. I don't want to psychoanalyze this team because I clearly don't know Jakob Pertl or Fred VanVleet or Pascal Siakam, but I would just say that I think Jakob Pertl is a breath of fresh air in so many ways because he is selfless, and I have liked his influence on Pascal Siakam. I have found Siakam way more tolerable over the last month than I
I
did
agree.
in the first 3 months, 4 months of the season. So good job, Jakob Pertl. Yakin skills, whatever. If that was, the happiness and joy that Pascal Siakam needed back in his life, because I can tell you right now, his numbers tonight, not 1 ounce of it felt like stat padding to me.
But
Do you agree?
I agree. And this game should be the blueprint to how he plays. Like he needs to play with force, with energy, with effort. Like he
It
can't
was a good game.
sleep walk through a game. He can't just, try to pick it up. He's not Kyrie. He's not Ingram. He's not one of those kind of guys. He has to play with a his mentality has to be high end role player, run the floor in transition, attack mismatches early in the shot clock,
Sure.
shoot your
Yeah.
open threes, get some putbacks, get those easy points. I to me, he's not necessarily a half court player, right? And that's where we're trying to like make him the new Kawhi. He's not Kawhi. Kawhi's a half court assassin, right?
Yeah.
And Pascal can't play that way, and he has to play with energy because he's not a give them the ball in the post or the high elbow and just ISO. That's not his game, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I have spent the better part of the year completely being critical of him, but I promised you guys, I promised you in a very real way, if he changes, I will change my tune. And he has changed, and I haven't seen look, that 36 point game against Charlotte, not one bit of it felt like stat padding to me. He was willing to move the ball. He was
Yeah.
willing to, play through other players. This did not feel like someone told him before the game, yo, you need to get 40 for your. It never felt like that in Charlotte. It didn't feel like that tonight. And both games were good. Okay. I don't even think he played badly yesterday. So, look, like, I mean, that's
Like today was sustainable. Today's every bucket he got today
totally.
was sustainable.
Totally.
But the
He took
50
shots
point
with
game,
he
the
took shots within the
52 point
rhythm.
game in New York, a lot of those shots were not sustainable. He had it going that game. This game could be replicated if he takes those kind of shots in those opportunities in
100%.
mismatches in transition. This is easily sustainable.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Um,
So to the Siakam faithful out there, if he continues to play like this, and I'm not saying he needs to put up 29, 30 points or whatever. He does not need to do that at all. For me to be, for me to back off of him, he needs to play within the rhythm of the offense, and he needs to stop mailing it on defense. He does those two things, you will not hear a peep about a Siakam from me for the rest of your life. Okay. The minute he goes back to, crazy ISO, freezing out his teammates, ducking it on defense and not trying on defense, yeah, you're gonna hear criticism because whatever, I don't fuck with him that way. And I'm not like he's not my brother, he's not my best friend or whatever. Like I don't like I'm gonna call it what it is. Shit, if he was my brother or my best friend, I'd probably call it even harder than what it is. You know what I mean? But like if he's gonna play like this, I'm not blaming him for shit because he contributed to the win tonight. It's just unfortunate that there are teammates that he has that didn't. So anyway, Coach Mo, thanks a lot for calling in,
I
man.
just
I
want
really
to
appreciate it.
reiterate that thing you went on. You said something about it's such a good place as a fan base that we're not accepting this.
Yes.
That the collective eyes and just the engagement on this team is so low, right? And I think that's a good sign because it's like they can't fool us because we know what good leadership looks like on the court because we had Kyle, right? We know what a true point guard is. We know what development looks like. We know what players sacrificing for the team looks like. We know what great
Some of
defense
us
looks
do.
like.
Some of
We
us do.
we know what a good product looks like on the court. We know
Mm-hmm.
what a true star looks like. We know what players who genuinely love this team and this city. We know what that looks like. We've had it. So we can all see this ain't it. This ain't it. We're not supporting it. The love and the passion and the excitement we had for this season was unreal, insane. Like the amount of people that were hyped for those Rico runs, like we wanted Raptor content in the summer so badly. And we're at a point
Facts.
now where we can't wait for this season to be over. That's how bad this season has gone. Like
I agree.
horribly bad.
I agree completely. I agree with you
I've never
completely.
been
And
more excited. This is the second most exciting season I've ever had, maybe even number one because of Scottie, besides the Kawhi year when he came in the summer. I was hyped for this year.
I was more hyped for
Hyped.
this year. Look, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I was more hyped for this season than I was for any season in Raptor history, other than the season after we got bounced by Philly um in the Vince years. I was like, oh my God, we're just gonna come back. We're gonna go further, and then the injury started to happen, and it just didn't happen. That was the. This is the second most. No, I think I was. This was on par with that because it was like, yo, the potential of Scottie, Siakam, the
Mhm.
way they ended last season. Fred getting healthy. Like I was optimistic,
I
man.
was.
People want to act like I'm the most
And they
pessimistic
told
person in
us
the
what we
world.
wanted
I'm
to
just.
hear. Fred will be off ball. I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna win 50 games. We're going to the second round, baby. We're better
I
than Cleveland. I don't care if they got Mitchell. Like
I felt that way
Pascal's
too.
better than this guy. Pascal's better than that guy. And here we are right now.
Yeah, and I mean, look, like to those of us who have taken, blow after blow from this fan base for calling it like we saw it, like honestly, like there's a part of me that's kind of mad about it because it was very frustrating to have to deal with those comments. But there's a part of me that's just like, yo, they were mad at you. Why are you gonna be mad at them? So let's just forgive and move on. But hopefully you guys, can next time you be a little bit smarter. Next time you see this fucking thing going off the train tracks in December, you call it how you see it. So hopefully management understands too, because we really got critical. I mean, you and I especially, I think, have been two of the louder voices of, what the fuck is going on with this offense since like October. So, I mean, it didn't take us an entire season to figure this out, that this was going off the rails. I was very critical of this in preseason. So I went from off season hype as hell, Rico runs. I was the one posting a lot of those clips too, mixes of Scottie to stronger and whatever. Pascal, OG looking fluid, Fred. And the minute I heard the training camp, like the pregame, the opening pressers, I was like, this is wrong. Something is wrong with this team. They're coming in with the wrong energy, and I started calling it out. I think like I think within game 3 or 4, I think it was 4 games into the season when I started pressing the mini panic button,
Mhm.
and I haven't stopped. Like the whole way through, I've been like, no, no, abort, 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 abort. Anyway, Coach Mo, always
Yep.
appreciate you, man. Cheers.
Cheers.
Have a good one. Okay. Uh, we have James and Mario, and Tampa Raptors. We are also going to quickly take a little bit of a break. If you guys don't mind, I promise this won't be long. Um, and we are going to just quickly look at the post game presser, um, which I think I downloaded, right? Sorry, guys. Give me one sec. Nope. Didn't download it yet. I'm going to download it later. James, what's up?
Hey, so I made a video that if we can't beat a Jason Tatumless Celtics team,
Uh huh.
then the season was basically over.
On
Um,
one game?
well, it's been 3 games, and Joe Mazzulla, obviously, he's doing a great job because he's 3-0 against us, and I know why because Um, Nick Nurse never changes his schemes. He just lets Fred do whatever, and it usually costed us. Like this is not his first rodeo of 2-14 game. I mean, you said it yourself. There was a 4-16. I think there was like a 5-18 game.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't hate Fred's game, but I just hate how he's a little too selfish without even realizing it. Like I know he gets a lot of assists and that's great, but if you take a look at the shot that he tries to attempt, Like,
Let me put it this way. I
yeah,
think, you know, what's frustrating for me as a fan, and I'm sure for you as a fan, because I'm sure you watch the Raptors broadcast like the rest of us.
yeah,
What's frustrating for me is Scotty Barnes goes to the line, you know, he goes into the paint, he's obviously nicked up, he's hurt, he's rolled his ankle, he's hurt his
yeah,
thumb, you know, whatever. And he doesn't finish the shot, so he goes to the line for two. And what I'm hearing from Jack Armstrong is, you know, that's the next step in Scotty's career. He's got to learn to be stronger to hit those shots. Okay. At the same time,
yeah,
somebody mentions that Fred VanVleet had 0 points, I believe, at the half yesterday as well,
yeah,
as a cue to, oh, he'll turn it up later, and he had 16 points in the second half, etc. And he's like, yeah, but he had 6 assists and he had 3 steals, so he was still helping you. And I'm just like, you mother.
I
I've
know.
genuinely liked Jack Armstrong as an affable drunk on television for years. Okay. I have tolerated it because I've genuinely thought he was a good dude. Okay.
Yeah,
But what he's doing is blatant favoritism towards one player, and he is shitting on the other player all day. And I
yeah,
am so sick and tired of him doing it. And someone fucking clip this and send it to him and tell him to stop doing it. Because you have a
yeah,
21-year-old who is damn well playing through an injury, playing hurt, and he is trying his goddamn best. And every single time he makes a shot, good or bad, if you
yeah,
know he hits a three, he's like, you know, credit to Scotty Barnes for taking that shot, you know. And it's just like, he's a professional fucking athlete, man. He's a professional NBA player. If you sat in the gym with Scotty, you would see him hit 8, 9, 10 threes in a row. He can hit that
yeah,
shot, and he took them in rhythm tonight. So it's almost like you're giving him a backhanded compliment by reminding
yeah,
us that, yeah, he did hit that shot, but he can't make that shot usually. But it's a good thing he tries to make it anyway. You're treating Scotty like he's fucking Christian Coloco, and he's not. And I mean, that's not shade on Christian Coloco. I love
yeah,
Christian Coloco, but like there are levels to this. This is a top 5 pick. It's a rookie of the year. Put some fucking respect on his name, Jack Armstrong.
yeah. I
Why are
agree.
you hyping up your fucking 2 for 12 guy? Sorry, I'm getting so angry because I'm thinking about what Jack Armstrong is doing, and he's been doing it all year. And it's not just him. It's Alvin Williams.
Yeah,
It's Matt Devlin. This trio of numbskulls. Honestly, like, this is gonna make me very deeply unpopular with Raptor fandom because I realize there's a lot of support for these 3 guys. But
yeah,
watch what they're doing with Fred. Yo, there's a reason why this guy even has one fan in Toronto right now after the seasons that he's had. And
yeah,
it's because of these 3. Because every
yeah.
time he has a great game, they're like, oh, that's great. But every time he has a bad game, they always excuse it. They always excuse it. Like, there was
Always.
this whole thing about Scotty's like, oh, well, let's just look at him. He's 6'8". And you know, he's look at the shots he's getting. He needs to shoot better than 45%. And it's just like, he's
Yeah,
also in his second year. He's also
I know.
operating in this horseshit offense. They have such a preference towards veterans and guys they know and the guys that they're buddy with. And I don't know if it's because they're friends with Fred that they have such a disdain for Scotty, or they have such a clear like blind spot in terms of like, you know, kind of like hating on him in a little way, or I don't
Yeah,
know if they're just manipulated by Nick Nurse. I don't know, but I do know that this old boys club is very annoying to me.
yeah. I feel the same way. I hate hearing Jack Armstrong like championing Fred every time, and there's really no praise for Scotty, and I genuinely don't get it because a lot of the time Scotty was the one who really chipped in and kept the game close for us, and he's had some really big games, and I don't hear that same energy from Matt Devlin and um, Elvin Williams. I really hate those 3 guys as a duo because their only favoritism is towards Fred, maybe because they've known him longer or they think,
He's a very likable dude. He's very
yeah,
charming. I mean, he's extremely convincing. And if all you hear is Nick Nurse and Fred VanVleet's version of events, you're going to probably hate Scotty. And I'm
yeah,
telling you this as somebody who knows a little bit of stuff about this, but like, I'm just saying, like, if you hear about Scotty from them,
yeah,
you're going to interpret him completely differently. And I'm trying to say that try to look at it from like, it is a completely subjective opinion.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
when a car crash happens,
yeah,
800 people who watched it all have 800 different versions of whose fault it was and what happened.
yeah,
And so if your relationship is so strong with Nick Nurse, because Nick Nurse has been here for 10 plus years, and he's right, it is a very long time. But over those 10 years, he's built up very strong relationships within the media. He's built up very strong relationships with the broadcast crew, all of whom are in the go along, get along gang. I mean, obviously, all of these people, they fuck around with each other, man. They have conversations, they have group chats, group texts. Like, just like, yo, if you were to look at my group texts, you would see a lot of Fred slander. And, you know, prior to this week, probably a lot of Siakam slander. And sometimes you'd see a little bit of Barnes, you know, like, what the fuck is Barnes doing right now?
Yeah.
But very often, like, so if you view the world through my lens, like, if I'm the person who's giving you your Raptors takes, which is why I am doing this, honestly, like, this whole thing, you know, Pensar basketball started to balance what I saw was an imbalance. And in all honesty, if all you do is get your information about what's happening with the Raptors from Nick Nurse, you're going to have a very distorted perception of what's actually happening. You're going to think all of Fred's struggles are because his teammates aren't making shots, and oh, if they would just make shots, he would have like 20 assists. But then you look at the numbers and you're like, well, how well are teammates shooting when he passes the ball? Oh, they shoot way better when Scottie passes the ball to them. They shoot way better when Pascal passes the ball to them. So why is this guy always shooting? And Nick Nurse claims to be so analytical, right? He claims to be so evolved as a basketball mind. So you know, at some point, you just have to say either it's stupidity or corruption. And when the person doing it is so smart, it can't be stupidity.
No.
And when it's so persistent and for so long, I mean, any other coach, I got to tell you, any other coach at this point, at least at some point, would have benched Fred VanVleet. At some point, either for a fourth or just brought him off the bench permanently. They would not keep doing this. I mean, Fred VanVleet has said it many times. He's like, we're just lucky to have the opportunity. Coach lets us do what we want. And it's like, that's the problem. He lets you do what you want. But Gary Trent Jr. came out in the first half. Do you remember? He came out. He had like 3-4 minutes. He went 0 for 4 and he was out. Will Barton came right in for him. And I don't disagree with that. Yeah. But if that was Fred VanVleet, he would never go out. And that's the problem. That double standard has to be earned. Now, if you're Dame Lillard or you're Steph Curry and you go 0 for 10 and you stay in the game, you've earned that. But I don't think that if I'm Gary Trent Jr. and I'm looking at that situation and saying, wait, I got the quick hook for 0 for 4. I get called out for, you know, my defense when this guy's a fucking pylon too on so many levels. He gives blow by after blow by. He can't get past Sam Hauser. I'm better in the clutch than him by a mile. I'm a way more dynamic scorer than him. How come he gets all the opportunity and I get all the criticism? I'm fucking out of here. And why would any player want to come here? Now, Raptor fans are very quick to say, Rob, you got to support Fred because, you know, if we don't support our players, then why would anyone want to come here? If this guy's your point guard, why would any player want to come here? Do you remember the day of Justin Champagnie wanting to come here? Justin Champagnie wanted to come here because this was a development team. That same player wanted out. There are other players who have quietly asked out too in the last 7-8 years. No, it's not 7-8 years. 5 years. There are players who have quietly asked out, but maybe because they don't have clout or, you know, but they've asked their agents, you know, like, get me out of here as soon as you can. So look, like, you don't hear about that. You hear about the big trade demands. You hear Kevin Durant wants a trade. But you're not going to hear that DeLon Wright wants a trade. You won't hear that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to look at the Raptors organizational culture, and you got to look at Nick Nurse and Fred VanVleet as two permanent fixtures, and they have embedded themselves in all elements of this team from the leadership perspective. And it's very difficult to untether yourself from these people. But I urge, pray, beg Masai Ujiri, take these two, honestly, and I would waive them tomorrow. These two, out. That's extreme. But I would be like, literally, you know what? Jeff Doughton, we got till 5 p.m. Surprise, we are waiving Fred VanVleet. Get out. Okay? Because, look, and some people are going to be like, they're going to clip that part, and they're going to say, this guy's crazy. Good for you. Yeah. Good for you. Because that is how I feel, honestly, at this point. Because I just want this team to be together. Yeah. I want these guys to feel together. And I feel like it's very difficult to do that when one player is held to a completely different standard and you don't think that player is better than you. Yeah. I think that's, you know, there are a lot of, you know, Phil Jackson, you know, he would coach Kobe Bryant a little bit differently than Smush Parker. Obviously, there's more leeway. You know, Kobe takes a pull-up three. He's not getting benched. Smush Parker takes a pull-up three like that. He might get benched for the rest of his life. But I mean, yeah, but it's Kobe. You know, it's
Yeah.
Dame, it's Steph, it's Nikola Jokic. Like it's Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid took a stupid shot. Okay, I don't know about that. PJ Tucker took a stupid shot. Okay, PJ Tucker, you're not Joel Embiid. Shut up. You know, like
Yeah.
superstars do have a little bit of leeway. If you're gonna insist that a role player is a superstar and you're gonna try to will that into existence, then that player cannot shoot 1 for 12. I guess that's the main takeaway.
Yeah.
Anyway, any final thoughts?
Yeah. I really hope that Dalton Jr. Gets a full contract, a standard
Who would you
contract.
waive? Who would you waive?
Um,
You'd have to waive either Barton, Banton, Wieskamp, or Malachi.
yeah, I want to see Wieskamp in action, but he's never gonna get there. I
He's
would
only
waive.
23.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, now with Nick Nurse, he's never playing. So, but I would waive Barton because everybody was all over Barton's 20-point game against Charlotte, but then he goes 0 for 2 or 0 for 4 and gets no points tonight.
Yeah, and
And
I think he was like 5 for 25 on his first 25 threes too. He was terrible.
yeah,
You take that one game out yesterday, he's been the worst player in the NBA since he came to the Raptors, and one game against Charlotte does not make up for that. But yeah.
yeah,
Anyway, thanks a lot, James, for calling in. As always, thanks, man.
yeah. Thanks.
Have a good night. Cheers.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Tampa Raptors and Mario. Hold on one second. Tampa Raptors, you got time for the post game, or do you have to go to sleep or something?
I got time, man.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to you with right after the post game. Okay. All right. Video file. Please tell me it's downloaded. I'm just genuinely very curious what they had to say.
Did you like the shots you were getting?
Well, I think that we certainly had a whole bunch of them that were pretty open, especially in the first half. I thought maybe there was one or two shot clockers, or I remember one pretty heavily contested that OG took, but there was a whole bunch of the 18 threes in the first half. I think were pretty wide open. So we shot like it was a back-to-back a little bit. Both teams did there for a while.
Any, Fred obviously got picked up. Any idea of how limited he was?
Well, he jammed his thumb pretty bad, right? It was his left hand.
I knew
I
this
don't
was
know.
coming.
I haven't talked to him about if that was affecting him or not.
I'd be pretty pleased with the energy defense.
Yeah.
Honestly, we need to start calling this out. That was highly manipulative. Would he have made that excuse if Scottie had a 2 for 14 night? Because Scottie's been playing with a jammed thumb on his non-shooting hand literally for 3 weeks now. That was not the reason he struggled. He was already struggling when that happened. I think he was already 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 at that point. Such bullshit, man.
But it was a grimy game, but
Yep.
I mean, you certainly had your nose in there.
Yeah, we played pretty hard. I thought we played pretty hard and pretty physical, and they did a good job of continuing to do what they do. And I thought it was kind of, like I thought they made a whole bunch of tough ones that they weren't like long distance shot, 8-10 footers that bounced around and went in. And I thought, man, some of those got to start bouncing out, and they did, right? We started kind of even getting them a little further away on some of those, and holding our ground a little better, not letting them get all the way to the rim and things like that. And we certainly played good enough defense to win the game, especially in the second half. We just didn't capitalize on enough of it, and we had, the in and out score was 18-2 tonight. They had a bunch of them go in and go back in, and we had a bunch of them pop out on the in and out score. So didn't bounce our way.
I kind of touched on this before the game, but they're missing a bunch of key guys. But
Yep.
they can put the ball in Brogdan's hands, and
Yep.
it's like.
Well, he's an all-star, right? He's an all-star and a really good player. Everybody knows that, and he certainly Gave us a tough time in the first half. He certainly hit a huge three too. I thought there in the fourth, coming off. I think we just might have just tied it, and he came off a high ball screen and nailed a three. So yeah, listen. Probably more importantly, they got. Mike Muscala out there hit a huge corner three too, right? With kind of the game in balance as well. So they got a bunch of guys that can step out and take shots and hit them. Yeah, he just really had it going, just kind of all the way around. He had one of his energetic type games. He made some really good switches. He was protecting the rim. I don't know how many rebounds he ended up to, but he was active. 9 boards. I mean, he was active on the glass. And he was pretty decisive at the offensive end. I thought he made some good decisions down there. Especially the second half.
Coach, when you have that final minute to kind of try to get something going on Pascal and had the ball, and is that the look that you're
Well, listen, we ran a pretty good little play there, and OG kind of came off there wide open. He's got to take that, and I know he's not wasn't feeling maybe that great from three most of the night, but we run a misdirection play and 2 guys stay with Pascal. That's just got to go. Caught him off guard a little bit that he was so open. So, you got to make the read, and we did make the right read because they kept 2 on the ball and got it out to one of our good shooters. So the execution was there. We just need to pull the trigger on the shot. Yeah.
Coach, against Miami Heat was a tough shooting night.
Yep.
Some distance as well, but you guys still actually closed it
Yep.
out pretty well. What was the difference defensively in this one?
Well, I think I even said the same thing. I think we were exactly the same, 2 for 18 from 3 against Miami and 2 for 18. And I kind of said that at the half. I said, all right, we got them right where we want them, right? So, I don't know defensively or whatever. It just seemed like there was a ton of really close, tough plays at the end, and they just didn't, a couple balls going out of bounds. Looked like they could have gone either way, and kind of kept going the same way, and there was a really soft loose ball foul on the rebound. There was a steal on the side. There was a lot of little things that we just didn't quite get the breaks or the ball to go our way, bounce our way.
Taking off of Precious as well, do you feel like tonight's game for him was more of him getting back to his old ways, or did he make any sort of adjustment?
No, I just think, listen, he's had some sporadic minutes and things like that in some games, and just again throw him out there tonight. He starts playing really well. Like the look of everything that was happening both ends of the floor, and that's I always say, and you might get 4 minutes or you might get 14 straight. If you really start playing well, and it was the latter for him tonight.
You had a few starters at the bench for a while there in the second quarter, and that was a 16-point quarter. Any thoughts to trying to get them? They got to be talking.
Yeah. Yeah, it was it was one of those again. That's what you mean. They were at the scorer's table for a good 3 minutes or so, I think, before there was a whistle, right? And I did end up taking a timeout eventually. I didn't mind it that much. I know we got down like 10 or something like that. I didn't mind it that much because I felt like we were playing decent, pretty good. And I just felt like, okay, so we're going to buy some minutes in the second half for these guys and give ourselves a chance here at the end, and kind of proved out that way. And again, we just didn't quite, get the ball to go our way, bounce our way at the end.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Shooting just hasn't been there for you guys. How frustrating is that to lose one that was winnable based on that?
Yeah, I think every loss is frustrating on different levels. We played a pretty good game for the most part. Execution was there. I wouldn't give it an A+ by any stretch, but we fought, we competed, we made plays. Obviously, we lost the second quarter by 9. But yeah, 6 from 33s. It's gonna be hard to win like that. You got to make every play down the stretch, and we didn't do that. And certainly, this one's on me. I don't know if we're going to survive 2 for 14 and 1 from 12 from 3. So just got to find ways to be more effective. I'll take full responsibility for this one for sure.
What happened to your thumb, and how much was it
I just got caught in a jersey, but again, me, I'm not gonna make too many excuses if I'm out there. Just gotta find ways to be more effective. And I thought P had a pretty good offensive game. Scottie was good. Precious had a good game off the bench. So we had guys that was picking up the slack. Thankfully. But again, as a leader, gotta play better for us.
I'm not asking because of your shooting night, but when Nick was saying before the game, shot making is kind of the one thing that's kind of missing right now. The focus is there. The D is pretty good.
Yeah.
And what do you interpret that when your coach talks about shot making? Again, not relevant to your night, but just.
I don't know. I'm not gonna interpret what he said. I didn't hear that, so I don't want to make this a response to that. But I will say I usually just grade it on like what are we generating. You know what I mean? And if we're generating good shots in the flow of the offense, then most times you'll be able to live with the result. And if there's nights when it's clunky, and depending on who we're playing and how they're guarding, obviously Boston is one of the best defensive teams in the league for a reason, but they kind of just guard up one-on-one, and so it kind of slowed us down a little bit in the first half. I thought the second half the ball was moving a little bit more and popping and getting to our spots, getting out of transition as well. So I usually just focus on like what shots are we generating, and tonight, not great in terms of flow and rhythm and energy. So we got another shot at it on Friday. We got to look and see how we can be more effective.
Fred, when there is a tough shooting night, what we've seen in Miami and a little bit in Philly as well, not just you in particular, the whole team, is there a certain limit to how much you guys can do to hold back a team defensively before it's just like solely in the offense?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an offensive league, and, depending on who you're playing. I thought tonight we did enough. We held them to 97. So, again, a couple plays go differently down the stretch, whether it's a whistle or a shot here or there, whatever. We had our chances to close it out, just didn't go our way. So, again, we come down the stretch here as we get ready to try to make a push into the playoffs. You got to find ways to win, and there'll be different ways you got to do that. And tonight definitely could have used some more shot making. But again, I'll circle all the way back. I'm just going to take responsibility for that just to be a little bit better.
Do we need a cathartic moment? Let me play something for you that it's a minute long, and I promise you it's really funny. And if you missed it, somehow you missed it, enjoy.
To talk about my shooting, but no one is quick to talk about how over maybe the last 5 games, even though my scoring has still been the same, I've been averaging over 10 assists a game. And so, I can't concern myself with, all I am is trying to be a leader. All I am is trying to work hard every day. I don't care who critiques me or who tells me I'm not a point guard. You know what? I'm sorry I'm not the league's quote-unquote, typical point guard. I'm sorry that I know how to put the ball in the hole at a very high rate. And I'm also sorry that I can still get over 10 assists while I'm doing it. I'm just, my thing is this right here. Whoever is looking for, however, whyever, whatever they looking for, what I'm saying, I hope they find it. That's all I say. If it's not me, I hope they find whatever they're looking for.
That article is penned in future tense. It's pretty funny. If you have a moment, freeze the frame and go read it. But yeah. Lost in all of this is that Precious Achiuwa did have a very interesting night. I was very frustrated with him early in the game because I felt like he just kept getting in the way of the offense. Like he made it about him in the second quarter, and I do believe that despite the fact that he did get his and he was pretty efficient tonight, I didn't love this game from Precious Achiuwa other than the hustle and the energy. I think a lot of the low basketball IQ and offensive disruption kind of came into play. It was almost like he made it a point to make it his night and that he was going to have a good game. Then again, nobody else really scored off the bench, so what are you going to do? But I think that second unit with him, Scottie in the second unit, OG, right? Like, offenses tend to gravitate towards producing looks for a certain player. on a particular possession. Like every play is meant to execute for one player getting that shot or creating the look. And I don't necessarily want Precious Achiuwa to be the initiator of my offense in any stretch. And the problem is that when Scottie has a lane to the basket where he can attack a defender, Precious Achiuwa can't do the quick calculus to see that he has a matchup that's favorable, and he just kind of gets in the way, which is why I'm not going to be overly complimentary of his game. Although I will say that the numbers were very impressive. I think that the impact was not nearly as good as the numbers suggest for Precious Achiuwa. And by the way, I have converted to a Precious Achiuwa supporter this year as opposed to a detractor last year. So this is not me throwing shade on Precious Achiuwa. Don't light me up on Twitter and be like, yo, Rob, you know, he put up this number and that number. Why are you saying he had a bad game? Because I have my eyes. I have eyes and I understand basketball. That's why I say he had a kind of mid game. But nevertheless, it could be worse. He could have missed the shots that he took. And yeah, like it was much needed offense for the bench. I just wish that he would play more within the structure of the offense as opposed to disrupting the offense. All right, let's go on to Tampa Raptors, and then we'll end the night with Mario and call it a night. Tampa Raptors, what's up? And before I start, John Lem, thank you so much for the stream of super chats, man. Really appreciate it.
What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you, Tampa Raptors?
Good, man. Listen, I've seen. I'm a simple fan. You know what I'm saying? I'm a role player at the YMCA. Okay, I can't even play in some parks. There's some cities. If I go there, I can't play in some parks because I'm not good enough. You know what I'm saying? But
so according to Fred VanVleet, you don't have a right to talk about basketball, but
that's right.
According to me, you do. So let's talk basketball. What's up?
Listen. I'm 6'3", so generally I'm among the tallest at the YMCA. So I play a lot, but I'm no basketball player, you know. But I love the game. I'm a fan. You know what I'm saying? So
every time I've talked to you, I get that very much from you. Yes,
I can't tell Fred about plays or anything like that, but I can see from distance if you're selfish. Doesn't matter the field you're in life. I can tell if you're selfish, and everybody can see it. It's something that pop up. Anybody that watching, that listen will see it. If somebody's selfish,
am I selfish?
No, not at all.
I'm curious. I'm curious. So someone went at me. Someone went at me in the comments. They were just like, "You're just like Fred," and I was just like, "Maybe I should."
No, man.
Is that why he bothers me so much? I'm so much like
no, man. You can tell. You can see it, man. Any public person, you can tell. You don't have to be a politician to see the guy is selfish. You don't have to be a movie star to see that, to know that guy is selfish. You will see it because the person is public. The person is talking, right? You can tell. You can and then for an athlete, you can see it clearly. I don't know football. I know selfish football players. I can tell. You know what I'm saying? I can tell selfish soccer players if I'm watching you, right? That doesn't mean I'm a basketball player. If I can see.
Did you watch that movie Eddie with Whoopi Goldberg? You remember that movie?
Probably, but
where Whoopi Goldberg becomes the coach of the New York Knicks.
Yeah. I watched that.
You
movie,
remember that?
Yeah.
That's so funny because that movie is like the story of Fred VanVleet's life. There's like this super selfish basketball player, and then you know she's like, you are just trying to put yourself above the team, your contract, your bullshit, whatever. And she's like, we're just gonna play without you, and the team gets better. And then she goes to this end of I think it was John Sally who was playing the end of bench veteran. In that game, Rick Fox was in that movie.
Remember that movie.
This is a real callback to the '90s. Anyone who hasn't watched
Eddie,
I
watched that movie.
I love Eddie. Kind of an underrated.
The fan become the coach,
movie.
Man.
another example of selfish basketball shit. Coach Carter. Another example, Above the Rim. The next movie about selfish basketball. Fred VanVleet, the Life documentary. That's going to be the next one. Because I swear to God, one day when I aspire to that level of filmmaking, I'm going to be like, I need to make a documentary about how this guy hijacked an offense for an entire year. Look, every one of those stories was about one person who, brutally put themselves above the team. It happens all the time in the NBA. Most of the time, it happens because there's a superstar who's just very selfish, like a Carmelo Anthony, that type.
Yeah.
But I have never seen a player this untalented get to hijack an offense. This is the least talented player I have ever seen hijack an offense in the NBA in my life. I have never seen a player this untalented do this. He thinks he's top 50. He's not. I've never seen a non-top 50 player be able to do this. I saw Jerry Stackhouse do it. He was easily top 50. He was a top 50 player. Like, I've seen Allen Iverson do it. I mean, he was definitely top 50. I've seen a lot of players be very inefficient, freeze out their teammates, look for their own, hunt their stats. I've seen Russell Westbrook do it. Russell Westbrook was a top 5 player easily when he was doing it. As much as I did not like him, I could always admit that he was a great passer. He was a hell of an athlete. He was fairly efficient as a scorer. I've never seen a player this unskilled get to do this, and then
you will take a backseat for Westbrook, right? Most guys in the NBA will take a backseat. It's like people say Malcolm Brogdan wanted to come, was about to come to the Raptors. Imagine that guy backing up Fred VanVleet. Like, imagine you being Michael Bergman and backing up Fred VanVleet. That would be hell, man. That would be tough. You know what I'm saying?
Someone saying yesterday, I thought you said yesterday this wasn't a Fred hate channel. It's not a Fred hate channel. This is a fair basketball critique channel. And we are talking about basketball here. So I don't know what you are talking about, Uncle Jemima? Uncle Jemima's? Oh, wow. Like, I guess a play on Aunt Jemima's, eh? Yeah, I mean, like, look, I mean, call it an ace an ace, I mean, if Scottie hijacks the offense, I would be the first person to tell you how disappointed I am that he would do that. And that he would hunt for his own. When Siakam did it, I was critical of him. I'm going to be critical of anyone who tries to play this way. And look, like, I mean, what do you think of the game tonight? Apart from Fred, let's keep Fred out of our mouths for a minute. Like, what do you think of the game overall?
I see two different teams. I've seen a team that know who they are, that play good basketball, and I see another team that was playing a terrible brand of basketball. You know what I'm saying? There's no way they will. I've seen you just played the Fred interview. It's like that bounce went to our way. Would have went. No way they would have win that game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like there's no way they would have won that. They may like make it close at the end, but there's no way they would have win that game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know. I only start following you on YouTube, right? But I heard you've been calling those things out more than a year ago, right? This style of play.
Facebook. Right? I mean, like, on various forums. Like, I don't care where I am. I will always call it selfish basketball when I see it. So it's like it's been a constant. To this final, Uncle Jemima's is the last comment I'm responding to you. How was the 0-point game Scottie had the other day? Honestly, man, I'm gonna tell you something. Go look at Fred VanVleet's like 6 or 7 worst performances this year and see how many times he's had 2, 3, 1 point this year, and go see the teams that he did it against. Just go look. Scottie didn't, I don't think Scottie took a shot in the second half yesterday. He was feeling under the weather. He left the court without shaking hands with anyone. He was sick. He didn't practice the day before. If you couldn't tell, he tried to go. I mean, you got to admire a guy for even trying to go. He didn't disrupt the offense. He wasn't like so terrible yesterday. He didn't play well. I called it out after the game. I said I have nothing good to say about him. Even though I think he played okay on defense yesterday, I don't have anything great to say about his game yesterday. So it's like it's kind of bizarre to me that people just like, how are you a Raptor fan and you're trying to like troll like Scottie having 0 points? Like, I'm not trolling Fred for having whatever the fuck he had tonight, 5 points, whatever. I'm just saying Scottie didn't come on and go on a press tour trying to tell you he was a top 50 player. So there are levels to this, okay?
Calling out fans. No, I'm not never claimed to like CJ Moss and Fred think people want to talk basketball about them. I don't think any fan think they know basketball better than those guys. But the fan can see when you're selfish, right? Anybody can see that.
Absolutely. So, when you talk, like, I mean, when we're addressing his post-game pressers, that's not really basketball. That's just personal shit. Like, I mean, like, I used to hate when my mom used to tell me, I'm 30 years old and you can't tell me shit. And be like, yo, bro, but I read this book and you didn't read this book, so shut up. Like, you know what I mean? Like being older, whatever. So like, I mean, maybe if I'm gonna use Fred VanVleet's logic, I've read books on psychology that he has not read, and I can tell you for a fact that some of the shit that he says comes off as a certain personality disorder that I'm not going to name because, you know, it might be a little bit too hot for me to say it. But I mean, look, like, look, I've studied the history of dictators, you know, people who ran companies into the ground, people who were terrible bosses. I've had terrible bosses. I've been a terrible boss. I can tell you, like, from an experience perspective, that the fact that the Raptors locker room and the team itself seems so fractured, you know what I mean? Like when you're watching this team,
Yeah.
it feels very disconnected. Like it feels like a team that is just laboring to get through every game, right? They're just trying to go through the motions. They're trying to be professional about it because all of these guys are good dudes, right? But like,
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like compared this, do me a favor, guys, to anyone out there who has time, because we don't have a game tomorrow. Go back and watch any game from game 70 to 80 last year and go see how this team was playing going into the playoffs last year and just watch one game. You will notice one thing. A lot of the faces are the same. Chris Boucher's there. Precious Achiuwa's there, right? All these guys are still there.
Yeah.
But you'll notice one thing. That team on paper is way less skilled and way less developed than this team. And they play way better. It's the same coach.
Yeah.
What has changed?
Yeah.
The chemistry has changed.
Yeah.
The chemistry has
But-
changed on this team.
But one thing too, that's why I was telling you, like I've been watching your YouTube. I didn't really follow you last year, and like what I've been doing this year for me, I'm not pushing down, right? So the same thing Fred VanVleet was doing here. A lot of it he was doing it last year when he was winning, when he was making the All-Star team, right? I was calling those stuff out as well. You know what I'm saying I'm not pushing down when his numbers are bad. Even like you said, some days he's scoring 30 points. We still call his play out, right? You know what I'm saying? So the same thing, a lot of this style of play, a lot of things he was doing last year was making the All-Stars. I was calling them out. So what I've been doing right now lately is retweeted what I was tweeted last year about Fred VanVleet, his play. And that time he was making the All-Star and he was playing terrible. It was all about him, all about his numbers and stuff like that. The team was winning. It wasn't a big deal, but I was still calling them out. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's not personal about Fred. You know what I'm saying? You can call us like fans, not but everybody can see when you're selfish. Everybody can see terrible style of play because I watch a lot of team, man. I got
What's your favorite team?
League pass.
What's your favorite team to watch?
Not really a favorite team. I
mean,
follow players.
give me 5 teams that you like watching. Let's just talk about something else for a minute.
Oh, generally, it's like I would say the last 5 years, Golden State first, right? Teams I like watching. I like the Milwaukee Bucks. I really like what they're doing in Orlando right now, and also the Phoenix Suns right now. But for me, it's about let the game play naturally and let the flow of the game. You know what I'm saying everybody that plays sports, you can come and say, oh, today I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it. But the way they play, the game is flowing. You're part of it and you feel good. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter if you always be a soccer player. It doesn't matter if I score or not. But I feel my team is winning and we're playing good football, right? So I don't have to worry about my goal trying to score that day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. To those of you who don't know, Tampa Raptors is actually a fan of the Tampa Raptors, and he was someone who supported the Tampa Raptors despite claims in Toronto media that no fans were supporting the Tampa Raptors.
Yeah.
Tampa Raptors was there to help your team weather the worst season of their lives, and he's on Twitter, and I appreciate you, man. As always, I love the conversations.
Man. Former employer at St. Leo University in Tampa, Florida. You know what I'm saying? I work close to the team. A lot of things. Check my Twitter, guys. I do retweet a lot of things I said last year. I just retweet them. So people that think I'm just talking shit this year, I retweet them. When Fred VanVleet was winning the All-Star, when he was making the All-Star team, I say, this dude need to stop hijacking the offense. He need to pass the ball. A lot of the things that right now everybody's talking about it. I've seen YouTube, man. All the guys that were defending them,
Yeah.
the title, the wind is changing. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So and then a lot of it is because of you, and this fan base should thank you a lot right now. But I'm saying a lot of things he was doing last year was terrible, but the team was so
Honestly,
good.
man,
The
like
other
if
team,
I've had 1% role in this in guiding people's eyes to his bullshit by making videos, whatever, it was worth it. I want people to be aware of this. I wanted people to be aware of what Mike James was doing. Precisely because I think that it's horrible basketball. It's horrible for my eyes. I hate watching my favorite team play this way at the expense of one guy doing this. So, and I guess there's a part of me that just hates that people like this get away with things. And
let me get out of here, man. Anybody in the chat can tell you when President was talking with the guy on Yahoo. I saw it on YouTube today. Who was he talking about? He was talking about you, man. A lot of those guys, a lot of the other YouTubers, they're responding to you. I'm saying the things are changing, man, and the fan base, they start to understand. I used to get kicked out of the Raptors space, for calling out Fred and stuff like that. Now, when I listen to them, they're saying the same thing, man. They're repeating everything we're saying, man. Now they're catching up, man.
it's all good. Like honestly,
All right, man.
yeah. Thanks a lot, Tampa Raptors.
Keeping the good work, man, and don't worry about anybody that won't subscribe. It's coming, man. You're gonna have too many subscribers pretty soon, man.
Appreciate you, man. Always. Cheers.
Keep it up, man. Keep it up.
All right, Phil Dupuis, bro, we need to talk. Call in. I dare you. I dare you to call in. You want to call me a narcissist, motherfucker? Call in. I'm being real with you. You are such a fucking troll in the chats always, man. Like you were trolling the comments. You say these ridiculous things about me. I'm a narcissist. So Fred VanVleet's narcissism bothers me because I'm a narcissist. Congratulations. Talk to anyone who knows me, man. Talk to anyone who knows me. Massive empath. I feel for other people constantly. Look at this show. Let me give you a little hint on this. See this? What does it say? It says story over everything, right? This is a brand that I created, story over everything, and it's about. There's no logo. Like our film festival logo is not on it. So when we give it to people, we say, "Your hoodie, your story." I don't have RM on my shirt. Do you get that? Narcissists about themselves. This show is about other people talking. This is not just me talking. It's such a weird comment here, but yo, honestly, bro, you want to call in? Call in. I will let you jump the line. You want to call in? No. You want to throw... You read psychological textbooks? I love Vince's response to that. Psychological textbooks. The Shining? That was the greatest response ever. The next time you want to talk shit, call in. Be a grown-up. I assume you're a grown-up. You're not like a 12-year-old kid, right? Call in. Be an adult. Use the fucking link. Don't talk your shit in the chat. Actually, you wanna level huge accusations? Call in. But you're not gonna call in. You're not gonna call in. I take a lot of shit, like a lot of fucking like random ass comments, DMs, whatever. All that shit that Fred VanVleet was saying, like, oh my God, you never dealt with anybody telling you to go kill yourself every single day. Yeah, check my DMs. How many people message on a daily basis? It is, if I don't check my Instagram for, I want to say a day, and I look, it's like 30 message requests. And I tell you, it's like half of them are all the same. They're, fuck you, you hate the Raptors, go cover another team, blah, 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 blah. And I have to deal with this constantly, and I don't care. But anyway, enough of you. The next time you comment, I want you to call in. You're not going to call in? Then don't talk. I'm just straight up with you. Just call in or don't talk. If you can't use a fucking link and call in and put a face, you don't have to turn your camera on. Just talk. Let's talk it out. Let's see what you have an issue with me about, okay? And then we can go from there. But don't just level random ass accusations. I have done nothing of the sort to deserve this accusation. Anyway, for real. Okay. Mario, what's up?
Well, another interesting game. Watched the Boston broadcast. They got Scalabrini, and I like that guy as a broadcaster, man. I was
He's funny.
really down on the Philly broadcasters. They're so one-sided, and they're constantly excusing elbows to the face, and whereas Scalabrini he explained to people why it's a foul, like a Boston foul, right? Like they went back and checked the replay. He goes, yeah, that's a foul, and you're not allowed to push the guy off his line. And he's a really compelling analyst for the Celtics. He really loves Pirtle and had all sorts of bits and pieces about Pirtle. He's got Scottie up to 6'11", but lots of people think Scottie's taller than he is when they
not.
What's that?
He's not.
I know, but I'm just telling you,
yeah,
he's just saying, oh, he's like 6'11", and I heard somebody else call him 7 foot, and he just plays big. And I didn't think Scottie had a great game, and lots of turnovers. I mean, everybody's so disjointed. There's no flow.
I think 2 of the turnovers were his fault. I think 2 of the turnovers were somebody else's fault, to be completely fair. But the 2 turnovers that were his fault and the 2 passes that he missed that were pretty obvious, I was very shocked by that. I'm used to Scottie being pretty careful with the ball and making every good pass. So my level standard for him is pretty high as a passer. NBA University just recently released a list of the greatest passing improvements of the season. To put this into perspective, it's not on a logarithmic or, it doesn't curve that way. So they're basically saying if you were 60 on a passer rating and you went to 70, you improved more than a guy who went from 92 to 95 naturally. He was 11th on that list in the entire NBA in terms of playmaking improvement on the season. So that's a win for him, in my opinion. But yes, I agree with you that he didn't have the greatest game. He also didn't have a bad game.
No, he didn't have a bad game, but
I like the way he was attacking the basket in the first half.
Yeah. Scalabrini was going on at one point about how he thought that everybody expected Scottie to make a big jump this year, and it didn't fully materialize, but we're just in a weird place, and everybody sees it, right? They were talking about it, how we should be better than how we're playing, and we're not playing well, and all that good stuff.
Right.
I really liked I haven't really focused on Jaylen Brown before recently in terms of would I trade for him? And
the Siakam versus Jaylen Brown thing has been a heavy debate among Raptors community. I'm curious to see, would you trade Jaylen Brown for Scottie Barnes if you were the Toronto Raptors?
Jaylen Brown for Scottie Barnes is what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Would I trade No, I wouldn't trade Jaylen Brown for Scottie Barnes.
I'm sorry, reverse it. Would you trade Pascal Siakam for Jaylen Brown?
Well, yes, and we started talking about that last time or 2 times ago, and the 2 deals we had cooked up was Pascal and Malachi and a lottery protected first, or
let us not go down this road again of capology. The point I'm asking is would you make that trade?
Well, hold on, let me tell you the other trade.
Okay, what's the other trade?
Or Pascal and Precious for Jaylen and some sort of protected first.
So in all of my explaining last time that the salaries do not work if you add a player, you have just decided to ignore that and just say, okay, well, I'm just going to add a salary anyway and fuck what Rob says because Real GM says this is right. Is that what I'm getting from what you're saying?
Can't happen now, Rob. It's not about just the numbers from this year. That the trade would be in the off season.
Yeah, I was factoring next year's salaries when I told you that.
Perfectly. I'm just trying to balance value, not the salary perfectly. It's not who I am. So, okay. Yes, you Might
Someone who's not overly concerned with the CBA, but rather just the hypothetical of adding Malachi Flynn for the element of adding a fringy guard that the Celtics would no doubt probably waive. Okay, I get you. Yeah, so I guess the grander point here is if they had the exact same salary in a hypothetical universe that does not exist, would you trade them 1-for-1 if you were the Raptors?
Yes.
So you think Jaylen Brown is better than Pascal Siakam? And maybe I should just ask that question instead of getting into the whole trade thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think by much, especially tonight. Like I think, you kind of see that they both have like some similar gaps, but Siakam is a little bit older. He is also bigger, which is typically a good thing in basketball. But I think Jaylen Brown, I have liked the improvements in his game over the last 3 years more than I've liked the improvements in Siakam's game over the last 3 years. I can still see like a curve up. Whereas Siakam, I mean, people will swear that he got way better this year, but he really hasn't. Like this has been sort of who he's been for like the last 3 years on and off. He's had dips, he's had rises, but consistently on a year-to-year basis, he's kind of been this player, which is not a bad player. He's a very good player. I also think like their defense is comparable personally. So I don't know. It's kind of a split, but I think his shooting, his outside shooting, makes me lean Jaylen Brown just because the modern NBA. That's kind of where I'm at with that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Jaylen might even be a better defensive player. I thought Pascal picked up his defense a lot today, but the thing for me about Jaylen is I consider him an incredible man. Like he's a really powerful individual and a leader. I was really impressed by the way he approached the Kyrie Irving stuff and as vice president of the Players Association. And I found out today he won the Red Auerbach Award this year as the guy who's most, whatever it is in Celtic land. Yeah, no, I think he's a profound individual and he would be a really profound leader on a team. I think he is a profound leader on their team, but
I don't agree about the defense. I definitely think that Jaylen Brown is a worse defender than Pascal Siakam, and this is coming from someone who is very critical of Siakam's defense this year. I think that Siakam provides a little bit more. He's more versatile. He is, I think, I could be wrong, but I think the analytics would back that up too. But Jaylen is definitely the more dynamic offensive player and the younger player, and he's the less paid player. Yeah, so I don't know. I think Jaylen Brown would be, and also he's a less clunky fit with a team of Scottie and OG. I think that would be a really interesting three. Whereas Scottie and Pascal, there's so much overlap in their talents. We can argue till we're blue in the face whether they can play together. They probably can, and they have shown at times they can play together. It's just not the most natural fit. And I think, when Scottie was drafted, I hate to quote Kendrick Perkins, but on the very night where Scottie was drafted, he's like, can we have a moment for, can we have pour out some liquor or something for Pascal Siakam because he's done. And that was the general thinking. And then, they played together and it was okay. Especially towards the end of last year, it was great. But the problem is that it's still not an overly natural fit to put those two players together, just like it wouldn't be a overly natural fit to put Tony Kukoc and Lamar Odom together, So yeah. Anyway, thanks a lot for calling in, Mario. I really appreciate your calls as always.
Hey, yeah, and let me tell you, just listening, I didn't listen very long. I was out for a while, and then I came back and I listened for like 10 or 15 minutes before I was on. Mm-hmm. And I feel like I hear you catching yourself in relation to our conversation last night. You're looking inside, you're catching something, and so that's a good beginning.
Yep.
And I got a metaphor for you about how to think of it. So if you're dribbling a basketball, I'm not telling you don't dribble the basketball. What I'm suggesting is, that red see-through packing tape? You got a piece of packing tape on a basketball and you're dribbling it. And it's a layer on the thing that you're doing that if you removed it, it wouldn't affect the thing itself, but it would stop the distraction of others. Because if you're dribbling a basketball with a square of red on it. People are focused on the square of red. And
Right.
so what I'm saying is try and peel off that inner rage from Fred, and then I just think you'll draw people rather than push them.
I don't know. I thought about it a lot today. Yesterday's entire chat was very, reflective, confusing for me. Even listening to it, I was like, what am I doing? 3 hours. I'm just like debating whether I have a right to have an opinion. And then
Yeah,
today,
you are.
and then that's a good thing. I think sometimes it's good to explore our thoughts. And then today, I tell you, I watched a San Antonio Spurs game from 2004, 2005. And it was just I wanted to cleanse my eyes of this bullshit I've been watching. Um, and then I ended up watching a Sacramento game on replay and a Warriors game. I was just watching like good basketball for about 4 hours today, just to, I don't know, just to remember what it looks like to watch good basketball. And I tell you, after that, I felt so renewed in my commitment to bashing the shit out of Fred for turning this offense into the crap that it is. And I tell you that I say that because I know that there are players on this team, including Pascal Siakam, including Jakob Poeltl, who would opt for a selfless brand of basketball if it were given to them as an option of which way they would prefer to play. And Scottie would definitely. And yeah, I have to remember what I'm doing here. And what I'm doing here is I'm trying my best to be a voice for change.
Yep.
And yeah, that's hard to do when you polarize 90% of the fan base and they think that you're an idiot and insane. But one thing I will say is that, well, I mean that this is getting off topic, and quite frankly, I don't want to even go there. And yeah, but anyways, thank you for your thank you for offering the basketball analogy. Yeah.
Okay. Have a great night, bud.
Have a great night. See ya. All right, and we have a special treat for all of you. I'm sure that people just love Vince coming on. I don't know. He's one. Vince, how you doing, man?
Aw, that's sweet of you to say, man. I had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm going by the comments. People love hearing from you. They love hearing from Larry. They love hearing from Tamberlin. They love hearing from Coach Mo, FA. They always seem to cite you guys as their favorite callers. But yeah,
Nice.
how you doing?
I'm good. To keep on with the Kendrick Perkins analogy, I think it's good to pour one out for this season for the Raptors, because not only the
You're going
basketball.
in and out audio wise.
Oh, really? Shit.
Yeah.
Maybe it's these AirPods again. Hold on, let me take them out. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I think we should pour one out for the season this year, because not only did we, have to witness the terrible basketball that we've been witnessing, and having to, I don't know, like trick ourselves into thinking that making the play-in is a worthwhile endeavor. But we also lost out on a potentially great replacement for Fred. Right, like
might still get one in Case and Wallace. Who knows?
Nah, Case and Wallace gonna go high. What Rafael Barlow had him ranked like 6th or 7th.
No way, really?
Yeah, dude.
I've been hyping this guy up since he was ranked like 18th to 20th, and I've just been saying, like, I watched tape on him. And granted, I promise I have not done my full deep dive, and maybe I won't have a chance to, and maybe I'll just get to it like right before the draft or something, because I'll be busy with pen dance. But I gotta say, like, I was so impressed watching his tape and watching a game of his, and I just love his game. So yeah,
he looks phenomenal.
Yeah,
but yeah, him. Who are the other 2 point guards? Nick Smith, right?
Yeah, and then Justin Black,
Anthony Black.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure like everybody's got these guys going like top 12 or something like that, and then we're going to finish just outside 14, 15, 16, something like that.
Someone always climbs up, right? Like, nobody saw Dyson Daniels going top 10 last year. You know, I think like the initial mocks had him in the second round. It
Right.
happens every year. Some guy falls, some guy rises. You usually just hope that the right guy falls to your lap. Sometimes it doesn't work out. You know, like there's a lot of times that happens.
I mean,
Um,
the I guess the hope is that okay, it's almost a good thing that like Masai's not stupid, right? We
Certainly not.
the entire Raptors team. So
Mm-hmm.
like we had everybody available tonight. I don't think anyone was injured, right? The entire team
Correct.
was available to us tonight, and we couldn't beat the Celtics B team, right? Without Horford, Tatum.
Yeah, I think
And
people really need
Smart.
to realize, like, put some respect on Al Horford's name. Like, people just keep saying, like, oh, it's without Tatum and Smart. Like, yeah, Jason Tatum is a top 5 MVP candidate. So just put it in perspective. Jason Tatum would be by far the best player on the Raptors. Jaylen Brown
Jaylen
would
Brown.
probably be the second best player on the Raptors. Al Horford would be your starting center over Jakob Poeltl, guaranteed.
Yeah,
I guarantee you that. Okay.
Horford is fantastic. Horford is better surge, right? Like maybe not as good a rim protector.
He's a way better passer.
Better
Yeah,
passer, better 3-point shooter.
Yeah, he's incredible. And Marcus Smart would definitely be a starter. I mean, given Nick Nurse's tendency, he'll probably end up starting him with Fred, but he would start over Fred for every coach in the NBA not named Nick
100%.
Nurse. So this is who they were missing.
Yeah.
And they still beat you. Granted, they're at home, but they also are not playing for anything. This is the
Yeah,
point.
at home.
They're playing for nothing. They
Right.
beat you without. And I'm telling you, I've watched the Celtics. I mentioned it earlier. This was not a good game from them. This was not a good game. This was sloppy as fuck. They had to call timeouts to just wake themselves up in the first quarter. I know when teams are. I've watched this team go hard, and I've watched this team sleepwalk. And honestly, they sleepwalk too often for my liking. And they sleepwalked against Orlando, and they lost. You know, they definitely did. And they have lost some very winnable games this year against some very shitty competition. And they have a tendency to play down to their opponent, which I think is a sign that Jaylen Brown may not be the leader that people, you know, swear that he is.
Right.
But I definitely believe that this is probably one of the 10 worst losses of the season.
Definitely.
Given what we had at stake.
I don't know. I don't think I've watched enough this season to be honest as to whether or not I could comment on how low down the ladder this particular loss was.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it was not like it wasn't even as close as I think the score indicated. And they didn't have 3 essential players to their team, and they kind of were sleepwalking. So yeah, maybe they have home court, but like, man, that was just it. Orlando could have beaten the Raptors tonight. Like the point that I'm trying to make is that I feel like it was a squandered season. You had a real opportunity. Now, if they're able to like flip Fred for a decent draft pick in a sign and trade or something like that, I don't know where these
but why would a
rumors
team
of
do that? If they can absorb his contract, why would they give you a draft pick? And if he's not happy with you, which he definitely won't be, if you don't give him the money that he wants, and right now he's sucking up so hard to the Raptors organization because he knows damn well that his market is not as hot as he thinks it is.
Right.
Goes on that fucking Taylor Rooks podcast with Bleacher Report and says, "Oh, I've never thought about leaving." You know, didn't he say that? Like, I'm not capping, right? He said
I didn't watch it because this whole fucking like media tour that him and Pascal are going on is like sickening, right? Like, and I want to qualify this by saying I don't hate Fred and I don't hate Pascal. They have obviously a place on the team or in the league or whatever. I think it's possible that Fred goes to a team and thrives there as what he is, which is a very good role player. He is a very good role player. The only thing is that this whole like media tour he's going on, he's trying to, you know, push the narrative that he's a star and that he deserves $30+ million a year, and just like, bro, come on. You're not like that. It's like, what's the famous Scottie quote? You is not him. Like,
Yep.
That's not you, bro. you're not that guy. Not like I don't
May I
want.
just point out, like, in a very random aside, and this is just something that was just on my chest earlier today, how much it pissed me off. There was a resurfacing of that clip. I believe it was by Bleacher Report that they reposted it, or was it by ESPN? Somebody reposted that Scottie clip, and people were just like, "Why are you guys reposting this now?" Right? And what I found so irritating and like it boiled my blood so hard, it actually pissed me off. There were so many people in the comments saying, "Did he fail English? Why? What kind of grammar is that? Whatever, whatever, whatever." And I'm
That's
just
the thing.
like, bro, ugh. This concept of like rigidity with English is so fucking
Oh my
stupid.
god,
It's like
so
people from
stupid.
different places speak different ways, man.
Yeah.
Like Scotty Barnes, like it brings me back to that fucking idiotic caller that we had. I usually don't call callers idiotic, but that guy that really boiled my blood when he said that Scotty was not an intellectual and that he's lucky to have a teammate like Fred, and he just couldn't see past his own fucking bias, that he has such a and I don't want to call it racial. It's not racial. But it is a
It's
weirdly
cultural. We'll say it's
it's a
cultural.
weird cultural bias towards people who talk a certain way. And I would not be surprised, like if certain people in the media, these people, you talk to people in the media, I know for sure. Like I know how they talk. I know how they live, and I know how they vibe. I know the way that they think. And there's like everything I'm seeing, like not to go, like we're two white guys, so like we're not gonna we're not gonna cover racism, but this ridiculousness of Jill Biden inviting the Iowa women's basketball team to the White House, this entire backlash over LSU being classless, I mean, god damn it, like there is something so internally bubbling. Like I mentioned it yesterday in the live, which I don't encourage you to revisit because it was an emotional journey for me, that live. But
I
there's
watched some of
something,
it.
you watch some of it, but
Yeah.
it's such a weird thing where, like, we expect what is happening in our society, which is people are split apart, everything is racialized, politicized, whatever. We expect that not to seep into sports, but it does in this subtlest, stupidest way, where someone says, where a black athlete says to another black athlete, "You is not him," and you have like a pylon of fucking white commenters in the saying, "Oh, he failed English."
Right.
FYI, Scotty, excellent student,
Right.
excellent student. Fun fact about Scotty, fact the second about Scotty. Coach Leonard Hamilton said this about Scotty, which I thought was really fascinating. Most players, after they, fill out their bullshit, like obligation to, do their 1 year of college because they're one and done, and they go, and especially if they're going higher in the draft, there's no chance in hell they're coming back. They usually drop out of school. Scotty did not drop out of FSU. He finished his classes. That was a
Nice.
very rare thing for a one and done to do, and I've since confirmed it, and I found almost no examples of players who do that. It was very rare. I'm not saying it's
No,
never
for
been
sure.
it's never been done, but it's very rare that a player have that sort of commitment. He is a very smart person. Like, he's a very smart human being. Like, and it doesn't always convey to people if all you think is smart is the way someone speaks.
Yeah,
It
sure,
bothers
sure.
me immensely. Anyways, sorry for that
Yeah,
sidebar,
no,
but
for sure,
I
for
just
sure.
had to vent it. Yeah.
No, like being so arrogant so as to call people, like, call certain people articulate and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's not that's not what we need to further the human race. That's for sure.
Absolutely. And this comment here from Yoni, Angel Reese do be acting up, but that's expected with a 20-year-old college kids. Yo, like, what's this? Did she punch her in the face? What the fuck is this? You can say it's like it's not the greatest sportsman, whatever. She won. Like, my perspective on this, honestly, if you don't want this to happen to you, don't lose the fucking game.
I
Right?
don't fall. I don't know what you're talking about. This is you can't
It's John
see me.
Cena.
This is the wrestler. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see me. No, the women's the Iowa women's basketball, like, this is crazy. Like, Caitlin Clark, her impact in a very strange way, because the optics of it, just to fill you in very briefly and to fill everyone else in the chat who is not aware of this, the Iowa women's college basketball game against the LSU team it was, if you're familiar with this, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, the whole, racial connotations of Boston versus LA back in the 80s, right?
Right.
I very much remember like somebody saying to me, I will not root for the Celtics. Even though they were from Boston, they're like, I can't
Right.
root for that. I can't root for that team. I got to root for my people. My people, that's the LA Lakers.
Right.
This LSU Iowa thing has become a means for people to interject race into college sports.
Okay.
It also happens to be hella exciting to see a player like Caitlin Clark, who is she's relatable to the vast majority of American people because she's a white girl who is she's not muscular. She's not like overly tall. She's just insanely skilled. So it's the Steph Curry effect. It's the
Right.
Steve Nash effect.
Right.
It's like a regular Joe who kind of looks like most people who people can identify with. It's the Fred VanVleet effect.
Right.
Ironically, she might be a better shooter than Fred VanVleet. Just saying. But they drew 10 million,
Does her
10
ball
million
spin
viewers.
this way when she shoots?
Huh?
Does the ball spin this way when she shoots?
I don't know, but I can tell you, like, she's unconscious. And David Thorpe was on True Hoop, and he was talking about the advancement of the women's game and how he's like most of these women could play pickup with NBA basketball players and not lose a step.
Sure.
And I think that that's true, especially when you talk about skilled players. Like when it's a post player, like a Lisa Leslie or someone like that, where you're like, okay, well, your entire advantage is by getting over people because you're taller than the player, or you're skilled, but you get swatted if you play against NBA players.
Right.
But for a woman like, for a girl like Caitlin Clark, I mean, shit, like deep threes, like how, you know what I mean? Like she may not be able to, she can get that shot off. Like she can shoot from like 35, 40 feet clean. So
Right.
yeah, like a player like that could probably, play like a low level, I'm not saying she could play in the NBA, but I'm just saying like she could hang with NBA players in a pickup game.
Sure.
And so yeah, so I mean that game between these two women, these two female teams, it outperformed the men's, the NCAA, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the March Madness. So
oh, nice.
I think it was 10 million viewers, man. 10 million viewers.
Nice.
Think about that. So yeah, so it's become this whole thing, and then basically what ended up happening was, despite the fact that LSU won, Joe Biden, which is the wife of Joe Biden,
Yeah.
decided that it was a good idea to also invite the Iowa team that lost.
Oh shit.
Optics of this,
Sure,
she's a white woman.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Iowa team was all white. The starters were all white, and this has become a pain point for the LSU team. And they're like, can we go to the Obama's house? Like, can we just go to the Obamas and celebrate our fucking win as opposed to this? And it's considered very offensive. My point is, race is just being introduced into sports all the fucking time. Politics is introduced. Money is introduced. Well, what are we talking about in real life? When you go to the coffee shop, what are you talking about? Like, some people talking about race, politics, blah, 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 the economy. Well, now it's entering into our sports. And there's a part of me that wishes it wouldn't, but there's also a part of me that's realistic and knows that it probably will.
Right.
But yeah, this Sheridan Forbes saying rewarding losers, I agree. Because let's be honest, if LSU had lost, there's no way Joe Biden wanted to invite LSU there. So it's just it's a silly thing. But yeah, did you watch the game tonight?
I watched the first half. That's as much as I needed. That's all the information that I needed to.
You knew they were done after the first half.
Yeah, 100%.
Me too. I mean, me too. I knew they were done in the first minute.
You knew that there was going to be a little bit of a comeback. I think they were down 12 at the half, something like that. And I was like, there's going to be a little bit of a comeback, but then they'll likely comfortably pull away. Hey, Boston plays like a team, like straight up. They play like a team. They share the ball.
Even on their bad nights, they do. Yeah,
100%. And you can forgive Jaylen Brown didn't have the best night tonight, right? Like he's like he you could tell he at times was like trying to get his offense off. So not every possession was the cleanest. Not every possession was 2016 San Antonio Spurs, no, not 2016. When did they beat the Heat? And when did they dismantle the Heatles? Whatever year that was, I think 2015 maybe.
Which team?
San Antonio Spurs, like the most beautiful.
2014.
2014, okay, 2014. It wasn't the 2014 Spurs, but you could tell like this is a team that moves the ball, right?
Mhm.
And I like watching that. You remember in the comment section of the last Fred video that you posted? I think you called it selfish assists or something like that.
Mhm.
I was like, it was a little mental project of my own. I was like, come on, this guy thinks he's top 50. Let me think of like let me see how far down the list that I can go until I get to Fred.
Yeah.
And you thought I was going in order, and you were going to lose your mind until you saw that I said no particular order.
We're actually going to read out your list. I'm gonna
do it.
Yeah,
Please.
Yeah. I want to do it. Yeah. Hold on.
I forgot, guys. I forgot Marcus Smart. I'm like, I'll fucking take Marcus Smart over Fred. No problem. Like, Marcus Smart. I forgot Derek White. I was like, this dude, when he was in San Antonio and DeJounte was out, like this guy was running the team, and he was very good. Guys like
the Celtics paid more for Derek White, I believe. What'd they pay for him? Two firsts? Was it 2 firsts? Or was it first and something? I think it was 2 firsts. So the Celtics paid more for Derek White than the Clippers were willing to pay for Fred VanVleet. Let that sink into your head, fans.
Right.
Let me see here.
Anyway, it's not even to bash the guy. It's just a kind of like put him in his place. You know what I mean? Like bro, you are like there's a certain amount of narcissism that you do need to make the league. You know what I mean?
I think you're right to some extent. Like, I don't know if it has to be narcissism.
Yeah,
we can call it ego.
Like,
we can call it ego.
Yeah,
because
ego.
I mean, like, honestly, like, I mean, think about any person who ever became president, right? I'm not talking about the last president. Right. I'm talking about any person who ever thought. I mean, imagine the fucking ego on you that you think you are fit to lead a fucking country. Most people would be like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna fuck this up. Who am I to lead a fucking country? And I've never thought about running for office or whatever. But I mean, even the ego for me, like to start a YouTube channel. There's a sufficient amount of ego to start a film festival. There's a sufficient amount of ego. Who the hell am I to curate films? And tell people what's good to watch, or who am I to tell people like what I saw in the game, and why would people even fucking care what I have to think about the game? And I think that a little bit of ego is very good.
It's like self-belief sort of turns into ego, and then that could turn into narcissism if you just like let it go too far.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I don't fault Fred for, especially the physical limitations that he's had to deal with, and people seeing that like, okay, well, this guy's 5'11". Wait, how many people 5'11" and under have made the league? Muggsy Bogues.
I mean, people say he's 5'11", but I've seen him standing next to Kyle Lowry, and they're pretty much the same size. So let's call him 6 feet.
Sure.
When it's to his detriment and we're making fun of him, by all means call him 5'11", because I'm 5'11".
Sure.
But when we're being real, like, I mean, I don't remember his pre-draft measurements being 5'11 and a half, but I guarantee you with shoes he's not 5'11".
Right.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, you know that somebody with those physical limitations in a sport where size is that's a premium,
Mm-hmm.
or not. Sorry, it's not even a premium. It's almost a prerequisite for making the league. So that guy has had to have self-belief, which has turned into ego and said, "Fuck this! I'm better than this guy. Now that's one thing, but now like calling fans out for being super, like, basketball's not that hard a sport to break down. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that there are intricacies that we'll never understand, and like how to position yourself if you're screening for a pick and roll. But like, I'm not going to pretend to know all of the intricate nuances that go into every facet of the game.
Right.
But please, basketball is a pretty. One of the reasons I love basketball so much and why I gravitated to it over hockey as a Canadian is because it's so transparent. You can see what's going on. You can see the little arguments that happen between players and refs, it's
because
so,
they're not wearing helmets.
Yeah, like, well, you just see it there. You can see body language. Luca starts to argue with the refs, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is going on with Luca right now?" Like you
Yeah.
can see it. Like it's just so obvious, right? And not only that, but the gameplay aspect of it is fairly easy to see as well. If there's a team that is obviously more skilled than another team, it's so obvious, right? Like it's there's no clouded judgment. So like to call fans out and be like, a fan could never tell me, like, well, I mean, they may not never be able to tell you anything that you'll take to heart, but we can see it.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to see, right? And so I can look at the way Derek White plays on the court, and I can be like, oh, so that guy can finish at the rim, huh? Okay. Fred can't really. Just like, so am I being stupid for oversimplifying that one seemingly clear facet of your game versus his, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Derek White makes as much money as you, but if Derek White was the starting point guard on the Toronto Raptors, I guarantee you he would fare better than you do, right? So, and if Spencer Dinwiddie was forced into the role that he has on the Raptors, he actually is. If you look at Spencer Dinwiddie's like assist rate after moving to Brooklyn, after them definitively giving him the point guard reins, he's averaging more assists than I feel like he's like top. He's been top 5 assists in the league behind like fucking James Harden, and I don't know who else is in the league right now. Like I imagine Chris Paul, but like. Getting assists isn't that, like, I don't want to say it's not that hard, but like if that's your role on the team, if you are the controlling point guard, you're given the reins of the offense, then yeah, you better be putting up a fair number of assists.
I mean, look, the easiest example to point to is Jeremy Lin, right? Like that entire, and I know it's D'Antoni's offense or whatever, but that's just really just the thing with D'Antoni's offense is it pretty much just works the same way for everyone, right? And it's just different variations of the same system. And it's perfected over time, of course. You have a system with Harden and Paul, and then you have a system with Nash, and you have a system with Jeremy Lin. But if you design a system which is just meant to accelerate this one position, it's going to result in that one position, or whoever the hell is in that one position on the court, playing really well, right? Like for instance, Shaquille O'Neal, was great in the triangle. Why? Why was he so great in the triangle? Why did he win 3 championships with the triangle? Well, part of it was because he's a really good passer. It's a really great system for a player like that.
Right.
You cannot put Shaquille O'Neal in a pick and pop system because he can't fucking shoot.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there's just certain players like, Shaq had 3 dominant stretches as an NBA player. His second best players on his teams were, or best player in some cases, Kobe Bryant, Penny Hardaway,
and
Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
Those 3 players could not be more remarkably similar if I drew them like from memory. Like they are 3 of the most similar players you could ever imagine. Why is it that he always worked with that type of player? And then prior to Kobe coming to LA, I guess it was like Eddie Jones, Kobe's ascension, it was Eddie Jones, and Eddie Jones was also that type of player.
Right.
So it's like, my God, like, I mean, why was it that Shaq and this type of player just always vibed?
Right. Yeah.
And why was it that the triangle unlocked that twosome so well? And why was it that Shaq just couldn't work with Steve Nash in Phoenix?
Right.
Was it just because he's too old? I don't think so. It wasn't. It was just a completely wrong system. Yeah, it didn't help that he was too old, but
he was pretty out of shape by the time he was in.
He was a little out of shape. They played too fast. There was an awkward fit with him and Amari Stoudemire. This happens all the fucking time, man.
Yeah.
Like Gary Payton was really good before he showed up to the Lakers and fizzled out, right? Like there's so many players like this that they go to a different system, they're completely different. Look at James Harden, the jump he took from OKC to Houston. Look at the jump that Tracy McGrady took from the Toronto Raptors to the Orlando Magic. Do you genuinely think that Tracy McGrady became 2 times better over one summer You think it's just that simple that
No.
he went from a guy who could barely start for the Raptors to just suddenly being like the top scorer in the NBA the very next year, one of the top scorers in the NBA? Like, it's not that simple to do that, and it didn't happen that way. It was just opportunity. There
Right.
was ample opportunity to create. Now, Fred VanVleet is not an idiot, and that's why I call him out as such, because I know he's not an idiot. He knows that he's been given an opportunity to have keys to an offense that he does not deserve.
Right.
Now, not to keep teasing at this, I'm going to go through your list. Now,
Right.
there are some on this that I don't agree with, and I will let you know. And chat, you let me know. I'm going to give like a pause for each and every one that's even remotely debatable. We're going to go quickly through the ones that are not debatable at all.
Sure.
We'll give more of a pause for the ones that are debatable, in my opinion, or could be debatable, or at least maybe, let's just say maybe Fred would even debate it.
Sure.
And we will let you say like, okay, no, I would rather. Okay.
Well,
We're playing the longest game of Would You Rather ever.
Yeah, for sure. Fred said, well, in his mind, he's way higher on them. I'm like, way higher than 50? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
What are you, 30? Come on. Like, come on. Dude.
I agree. Okay, so the first 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm going to say the first 17. Okay, the first 16 are no debate at all, and I'm just going to read them out just so people know that these 16 players are real. Kevin Durant, Nikola Jokic, Jayson Tatum, Joel Embiid, Steph Curry, Dame Lillard, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Kyrie Irving, Tyrese Halliburton, Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Devin Booker. That's 16 players. So that's 16 that Fred VanVleet cannot be higher than. Okay? And in no world or planet can he even remotely be. If you went to a barbershop and you said he's better than one of these players, you might get shot.
Right.
For being so stupid.
Also,
okay?
My list was in no particular order.
This is no particular order.
Yeah,
it just so happens that a lot of players that he's
higher than this guy. Or
yeah. Okay. Chris Paul. I would take Chris Paul over him for sure. Jamal Murray. I take Jamal Murray. Michael Porter Jr. I take Michael Porter Jr. Ja Morant. Easily take Ja Morant.
Yeah.
Jaren Jackson Jr. I take Jaren Jackson Jr.
Easily.
Desmond Bane. I take Desmond Bane.
100%.
DeAndre Ayton. It's close, but I take DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard. Easily Kawhi. Paul George. James Harden. Jalen Brunson. We are now at 27 players, and I hear not one player that is even remotely debatable. So we are now at maybe Fred VanVleet is the 28th best player if all the next wave of players are all terrible. Okay? Julius Randle. Uh-oh. DeMar DeRozan. Uh-oh. Zach LaVine. Uh-oh. Okay, well, that was 30 players. So, Fred, you're not top 30 because every single player that we just named is unquestionably better than you by far. Okay? In terms of trade value, future value, previous value, resume, everything. Yeah. They are better than you. Okay?
There's a lot more coming.
Okay. LaMelo Ball. I go LaMelo.
All day.
Miles Bridges. What? This is where I'm like, whoa.
Okay, so the Bridges, I just thought of the two Bridges next to each other. I'm pretty sure I had them next to each other on the list. And at this point, I was just going off the top of my head. So I didn't have any specific order. I was like, I'm like, okay, I'm starting to go teams now and whatever. So, yeah. But we also forget Miles Bridges is a good fucking player. Like
he is. Like, this guy saying a classic Fred hate channel. No, you're just a dumbass. Anyways, okay. So let's I just got to tell it to you straight. You're a dumbass. If you actually think he's better than any of those players, you are literally, you got to be stupid. You think he's better than DeMar DeRozan for real?
No, he's saying he doesn't disagree.
Okay, so then what the fuck what are you calling it hate for? If it's fact, then what the fuck is hate? I'm siding up with Fred on Miles Bridges because I think Miles Bridges' career might be over. But like, I mean, Vince has got a point. He's a better player for sure. Okay, so we're gonna leave that. So that's I'm gonna count that as one.
Right.
So at the end, we're gonna count what's debatable. Okay, so that's the first one where I'm like, I don't know about that. As in, I don't know if they both hit free agency if Miles Bridges gets a bigger contract than Fred. So you've listed seven. You've listed 70 players. As long as I don't strike 20, we're gonna call cap on his top 50. Okay. The next one, Mikal Bridges. This is not debatable.
Right.
Tyrese Maxey, not debatable. Miles Turner, not debatable. Pascal Siakam, not debatable. Scottie Barnes, yeah. Future value.
Okay, so
this is debatable.
I wasn't even taking into account future value, because if we're taking into account future value, then I'm taking Chet Holmgren, who hasn't.
You think Scottie's a better player than him right now?
Right. Sure, he's.
I think it's close.
Isn't he though?
I think it's really close.
If we gave Scottie the ball, and we said, "Okay, do your best. Go to work. You now have the."
No, that's fair. I'm trying to get to a point where I'm like, I don't want anyone to be able to question this list at all. So I'm gonna write Scottie down as debatable, but I agree with you. But I will count it debatable because there are plenty of basketball nerds and analytics people who would be like, that's debatable.
It's just
I don't disagree with you.
Sure,
but I think that it is debatable.
I think there's something. One of like the major sticking points for whether or not you're a good player in this league for me is how easy you can get some buckets, you know. And nothing Fred does comes easy, right? When his jumper is falling, then we're like, okay, like this guy is canning, like he's canning threes like 4 or 5 feet behind the line.
Right.
Like, you can't guard that, right? That's like, but this season, I'm just going by this season alone. Scottie can back down a player, turn over his shoulder, jump hook, and it's in. There's like, he didn't break a sweat.
Jaleel Okafor could do that too, but he's not in the league, is he?
No.
I'm trying to be as fair as humanly possible. We both like Scottie. We both appreciate Scottie, but Scottie's skill development work needs to go further. He shot 39% for 2 separate months this year. I cannot look over that. I think he's better because the defensive versatility element of it,
sure,
and the rebounding and the passing. I think he's better in all 3 areas. Fred is, in my opinion, because of shot quality.
Yeah.
See, Scottie takes a lot of mid-range shots, and he takes a lot of contested twos, and he doesn't make a lot of threes. So if Scottie Barnes can get to 34% three-point shooting, no question, he's better.
Right.
But as long as Scottie keeps shooting 29% on low volume from 3, I feel like the offensive, at least the scoring argument, should be in Fred's favor.
Right.
I think the defense argument is squarely in Scottie's favor, and therefore I think, to me, these 2 players are a wash. Like, I think they're like if I was ranking out every player in the league and someone said Scottie's 65 and Fred is 66, that would not surprise me. I think they're like neck and neck. Okay, so I'm gonna consider Scottie debatable, but we, for the record, have it that you think he's better. Okay, Bradley Beal, not debatable. Kristaps Porzingis, not debatable. Cade Cunningham, highly debatable. So I'm just putting Cade down as highly debatable. I don't think Cade has shown. I get that he's young, but he's been injured all year. He had negative win shares last year. I don't think he's better. In the future, he will definitely be better because he has way too much potential to be this bad for long term. But I definitely do not think if you had Cade Cunningham instead of Fred VanVleet that you're like somehow better.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So counter argument.
Sure.
Who between those 2, who's the better passer?
Fred.
You think he's a better passer than Cade?
I think Cade is a highly overrated passer.
Who's the better shooter and finisher at the rim?
At the rim, easily Cade. Better shooter, it's close. I give the edge to Fred as a shooter. Cade has not been a good shooter so far. He's been streaky as fuck. You really need to look into his analytics. I mean, Fred has been streaky as. I think the only argument here that I would make for Cade is that and I know Raptor fans are not going to believe this, but other teams guard Cade more tightly than they guard Fred VanVleet. And you
Right.
can call cap on that, but go
Right.
watch a Pistons game where he actually plays. He has way less help than Fred. So I don't know how Cade would function in an offense with a guy like Pascal Siakam, because
Right.
Cade is forced to be like the everything for the
Right.
Pistons. So
Sure.
maybe you're right, but like honestly, I don't think you are. And honestly, if I'm not putting Scottie over him, I'm definitely not, because I definitely put Scottie over Cade. That for sure. To me
sure.
is like non-questionable. Did you have Franz Wagner on this?
I did.
Good. Okay.
I like Franz.
Because that is not debatable either. Okay.
I have Mobley. I have a lot of young guys on there.
Okay. Jaylen Brown, not debatable. So we are at, so according to Vince's list, we're all the way at 41 now. I have 3 as debatable. And
Right.
ironically, I think they're all young guys. Malcolm Brogdon, you just saw it. No, it's not debatable. Is it debatable? No, I don't think so.
No, it isn't.
I'm gonna put that under. I'm gonna put that under like it's close. Let's just put it this way: when it's debatable, it's like within 3. I would not be surprised if someone said Malcolm Brogdon is 64 and Fred is 67. That would not shock me at all. Do you know? You know what I mean? So I'm gonna put that under debatable, but I prefer Malcolm Brogdon.
Brogdon had a lefty layup kiss off the glass over
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Coloco tonight. I'm just like,
He's
and it
so
was
good.
so easy. I was just like,
Yeah,
Jesus,
I agree with
and
you.
Better.
I agree with you.
Like, yes.
But I'm gonna put it under debatable anyway, just to
Right.
keep it fair. Drew Holiday, not debatable. Chris Middleton, not debatable. Burke Lopez, I'm assuming you're not talking about Robin, not debatable. Donovan Mitchell, not debatable. Darius Garland, not debatable. Evan Mobley, not debatable. Wow. Am I admitting that Evan Mobley is ahead of Scottie Barnes right now?
I think so. I think he's a little ahead. Let's keep in mind that Evan Mobley is actually his role within that offense is hard. Like, he's playing with another guy, another big guy who can't shoot at all, and 2 extremely ball dominant guards. Now, obviously, they function really well in the pick and roll, and so that highlights his finishing ability. But I would put Mobley a smidge ahead of Scottie right now. But like if you put it, I it's all based on whether, if you were to put Scottie in an ecosystem that works better, who knows?
Yeah. Again, I'm trying to keep in mind. So my only criteria for debatable is if I read a report and this player was 3 or 4 ahead of the other play of Fred, would I be like, oh my God, this is crazy, right? So like, for instance, if I read a report where Donovan Mitchell was 4 ahead of Fred VanVleet, I would think that report was released by Fred's agent.
Right.
That would be crazy, right? If you know what I mean? So, but I guess like in terms of impact on winning, now I have to rethink Bradley Beal too a little bit. I realize he's way more skilled, and then the thing with Beal is I'm factoring in so much of past value, but
Yeah.
I also realize he's such a cone on defense, right? And the same thing with Tyrese Maxey. Like, we very easily went, yeah, of course Tyrese Maxey, but he's also a cone on defense, right? Dame Lillard's also a cone on defense. Fred is not a cone on defense. He's a liability now for sure. He is turning into a liability, but he digs at the ball. He's a system. I don't know. I have to think about that for sure. But anyways, like I'm gonna say if Scottie's debatable, then for me, like Mobley, I want to say Mobley's debatable. Then if Mobley's debatable, then Giddey's definitely debatable. And then if Giddey's debatable, then a lot of people are debatable. I'm gonna say it's no, I can't cap. Okay, Mobley's not debatable. Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, Draymond Green. Draymond?
I mean, as a winning basketball player?
Yeah, like 3 years ago, maybe. He's not winning so much right now.
Dude, that guy can still fucking ball. Did you see the game last night against OKC?
I mean, let's be fair here for a second. I mean, Fred VanVleet's averaging 20 points and 9 assists over the last, like, since we got Jakob Poeltl. And he is a 93rd percentile offensive player per crafted plus minus. That is not a joke. Draymond Green has never been a 93rd percentile, offensive player. So I'm just going to look up Draymond's impact metrics right now and just to get an idea of the season that he's having.
Right.
Because I have a suspicion that he's not having a season that is that great defensively, but I just want to look at it.
Yeah, when I assess Draymond, I don't really take into account season stats as much, just because so much of what he does is predicated on the guys that he plays with and the stakes, right? So the games recently, like, they don't even have arguably their second, but actually not even arguably. Andrew Wiggins is that team's second best player, right? They're playing without him, right? And
that's fair.
And so Draymond's impact on winning, it's visceral. Like, and I'll qualify this by saying I can't stand Draymond Green. I hate his fucking podcasting. I hate the way he plays, right?
Yeah.
But you have to respect it, right? In terms of his impact on winning, like, that guy, when he needs to win a game, that game against OKC last night,
he's still a 99th percentile defender, but his offense has fallen off all the way to 41st percentile.
Right.
I do, however, agree with you that in an offense which featured him slightly more, I mean, it's not like he would be less efficient than Fred. He's a 59% true shooting guy, right? The problem is he doesn't shoot threes.
Right.
Very well at all, and every analytic on the planet is predicated on this idea that threes are the greatest thing on earth,
right?
And so if you don't shoot threes, you're always going to suffer in the analytics, which is why I'm very surprised generally when Scottie Barnes fares well with analytics. I'm like, how the hell is he doing this? How good is this guy that he is without a 3-point shot consistently, still doing reasonably well? But let's just say, yes, I'll agree with you on Draymond Green. I think Draymond is a better player just because the defense is just such a shifter, and his ball movement and overall impact. Klay Thompson, this to me is debatable, and you're gonna find me crazy for that, but I think Klay has taken a massive dive on defense this year. His
100%.
offense hasn't been great either, so I'm gonna put Klay as debatable. Although I might even I think as a movement shooter in his role, he can be more impactful than Fred can be in the same role, and I don't think that Klay could run an offense the way Fred can. Then again, Klay's also 6'7".
Yeah,
so,
that's the thing, is that they're like, comparing all of these guys to one guy isn't exactly apples to apples, right? And so you have to like look at so much other context around, like, Klay is one of those guys where, like, he gets hot, he's putting up 50. How many times has Klay put up 50 or more in his career? It's like,
yeah, but career is different. See, this is where, like, we have to be careful about, like, valuing the past too much, because we're talking present value, right?
For sure.
So I'm gonna put Klay as debatable. Now to people who are wondering where we are at 52, and I have currently 5 players as debatable, which means technically, if every single debate ended in Fred's favor, he is, if I don't list any more players that are better than him, he is the 47th best player in the NBA.
Right.
So still top 50, but not like way higher than top 50.
Right.
Unfortunately, Vince didn't stop at 52. He kept going. So we're going to keep going. 53, Andrew Wiggins, not debatable. 54, Westbrook. Also not debatable in the other direction. There's no way in hell. You're telling me Russell Westbrook's a better player than Fred VanVleet?
Yeah, I'm taking we'll say I'm taking legacy. I'm putting that maybe into account a bit much.
Fuck that. No. You think, oh my God.
He's not.
You think these pods are mad at Fred VanVleet? If we traded for Russell Westbrook, I would literally like spit fire. I would have a recurring theme. I would have a 24-hour stream going. It would be the Truman Show, except you would just see me like cursing in the shower. You see me get out of the shower, cursing when I get out of the shower, eating food. Fucking Russell Westbrook, fucking shot selection, motherfucking asshole. I do not like Russell Westbrook, and Fred VanVleet to me is just a miniature version of that, but just not quite as ignorant.
Look at Westbrook's box score tonight against the Lakers, which was an absolute must win for the Clippers.
What do you do?
He just played efficiently. That's all. I think
he's way more talented than Fred VanVleet. I think Russell Westbrook has more talent in his left nutsack than Fred VanVleet has ever had. I do not buy any of the shit about, oh, Russell Westbrook's fallen off in talent-wise. Athletically, talent-wise, this guy is next level, all-time, one of the 25 most talented players probably in NBA history. He has got talent for days. Could do anything on the basketball court. Supreme athlete. Can't shoot. The can't shoot, doesn't know when to shoot, doesn't know when not to shoot element of it. The basketball IQ, vision is one thing. Knowing who the fuck you are and who you're not is another thing.
Right.
And whatever irritation I have with Fred VanVleet, he does not shoot you out of games nearly as badly as Russell Westbrook does. Also, he's a good shooter.
Here's one thing I will say in defense of Russ now is that watch the way he plays with the Clippers right now, like with the full team. He is definitely mixing in, like he's not being prototypical Russ. You can tell that he's tamed himself down. He's only taking absolute wide open jumpers that they're essentially jumpers that the other team is daring him to take. And he's like, okay, in order to be self-respectable, I have to take these. And he's canning them. He's like, I think he shot 2 for 4 from 3 tonight. Very selective. I watched a bunch of that game. I was flipping back and forth. And so, like, you know, I feel like if Russ is put into, like, when Russ was on the Wizards a couple of years ago, and he has like nobody else around him except for like Bradley Beal for like half the games.
He played well with the Wizards.
He was crushing, and that was only 2. No, was that 2 years ago? Yeah, it was 2 years ago, because last year was like, this year was Lakers.
Fred VanVleet was an all-star last year. See my point? Like It's like we're just focusing on the moment. So like if right now someone says quickly over Fred, that actually is debatable.
Right.
But if right now Fred VanVleet and Russell Westbrook both went for free agency, who do you think would be paid more? Granted, that's not the only way to judge this, but
no, for sure. Yeah.
So I think Fred would get a slightly higher contract. And look, I'm not saying that I like either of their games, but I think Fred's game leans itself more into the data of what it takes to win basketball games, which is he's low turnover. He generally takes care of the ball, and he takes like these really great shots per the analytics.
Right.
Again, to the eye test, they look like completely ridiculous shots sometimes, and he does not know always, and the timing of them sometimes is so irritating, but the data doesn't factor timing too well.
Right.
It doesn't factor who he's up against too well. They see a layup, they're like, that's a good shot. They don't see, oh, layup over Bull. That's a stupid shot. They don't see that. They just see contested layup. I feel like if tracking data gets further along, Fred VanVleet will get exposed. But until that point, GMs are going to think this way, and they're going to value him more. And I'm going to call it debatable, but I'm just going to scratch it out and just say it's not. Moving forward, D'Angelo Russell, I call this debatable as well.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler, not debatable. Bam Adebayo, not debatable. Anthony Edwards, not debatable. Karl-Anthony Towns, not debatable. Rudy Gobert, debatable.
Sure.
Mike Conley, not debatable. CJ McCollum, debatable.
No, CJ's nice.
I know he's nice, but I'm going to say it's debatable. He's also a bit of a pylon on defense.
Oh,
Brandon Ingram, definitely not debatable. Right. Zion, not debatable. Josh Giddey, debatable.
Right.
J-Dub, debatable. Franz Wagner, debatable. Paolo, debatable. Lauri Markkanen, not debatable. Now, you said so we are at 70. Hold on, and you added more. Spencer Dinwiddie, Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson, Tyus Jones. I count those as all debatable. Even though I prefer Dinwiddie over him, but like I think someone saying Franz clears Fred. EPM would say he does actually. Does Franz clear? You know what? If we gave Mobley the edge on Scottie, are we giving Franz the edge on Scottie? Because I feel bad about that, because I feel like Scottie's being shafted by an offense. Like I feel like Scottie's being I feel like I'm underrating Scottie because he has to play with fucking Fred.
No, I think Scottie. I think Scottie's got a bit more juice to him than Fred.
Like if Scottie was in the situation that Jalen Williams is in OKC, playing with Shea and Josh Giddey and playing in that movement offense or whatever, I think we would be like, yeah, for sure he's better than Fred.
Right.
But unfortunately, he plays with Fred.
Right.
And some people will swear that he's better off for it, but I don't think so. I think it's taking away from some of his natural talents.
Right.
And yeah, you can say he's better with Fred because look at who replaces Fred. So often the lineup that he's not with Fred, he's playing with Precious and Boucher.
That's it,
and
man.
Will Barton. You know what I mean?
Even if
so
you if you put Scottie on the court with Derek Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, Sam Hauser, who else? Grant Williams, and that would be it. That would be your five right there, right? Like those are four guys that can shoot right there. They can all drive to the basket. A bunch of them can finish. You know, that's like you put them into an offense, even with somewhat capable. Like the guy, like there's just no there's too much overlap. You know, Chris Boucher in the right kind of system, maybe he'd thrive. With us, he's essentially the same as what Precious gives us. He's essentially the same what like a worse version of what Scottie and Pascal give us. There's too much overlap on this team, right? So anyway, rant.
I'm trying to think of like any players that you might have missed.
Yeah, I missed Marcus Smart.
You definitely did. Okay, so that's gonna take one debate away. Okay, so
I was gonna say Time Lord. I'm like, you know, you could. Oh, I missed Pirtle and OG.
I wouldn't argue with that. Jakob Pirtle to me is in the debatable category.
Right.
Gary is also debatable. There's a lot of debatables with Fred, but man, I don't think Gary's debatable actually. I think Fred is decidedly a little bit better than Gary because of the defense.
Bro, you know
they're both inefficient offensive players, man.
You know who else I may have left behind? And like it pained me to watch this dude tonight. Norm Powell.
Oh my god, come on.
Bro.
That's debatable for sure. Cameron Johnson.
Oh, Cam Johnson, true.
I think Cam Johnson, I put him above. So that's another cross off for me.
I mean, these are guys in the same conversation as Fred. And I think that if he was truly humble, like he says he's humble, but he's not actually, if he was truly humble, he would put himself in that class.
Aaron Gordon
is an elite role player.
Yes.
He's an elite role player, which
he also has a 4.6 EPM. He's also been a 2.0 defensive estimated plus minus.
Right.
He also is shooting 62% true shooting, my guy. So he's better on offense, defense, and he's more efficient, and he plays fewer minutes. I feel like, you know, for a low usage guy in the 21, I mean, what's Fred's usage? Like 23, 24? I mean, Aaron Gordon's at 21. It's not like he's a complete scrub role player. Like he is creating offense for himself as well. No, man, I think it's you know, Aaron Gordon is way better than Evan Mobley this year. And just put it that way. Like Evan Mobley is a negative offensive EPM +1 defensive EPM. Right? So his impact is like to put it in the analytics sense, his impact is less on winning than Kyle Kuzma.
Right.
So I think Aaron Gordon should be in the, like, I'll put him in the debatable category, but I feel like it's not debatable. I think he's better. And then I'm looking at centers. Jared Allen. You did not mention Jared Allen.
I didn't.
And I would definitely put him over Fred. So there's another guy.
Yeah.
Nick Claxton.
I found it really difficult to compare centers.
No, that's fair. But Nick Claxton?
I like Nick Claxton. I like that. Honestly, I like that entire Brooklyn team. I know it seems crazy, but I like everyone on that team. I feel like Fred would fit really well on that team, to be honest, because he's in the same category as all of those dudes, but he'll say that he's better than everyone. Maybe he'll say Mikal Bridges is better than him or something like that. But yeah, no, I found this difficult. So how many?
So the tally is we got to 61. So he is the 62nd best player if he wins every one of the 10 debatable spots.
Sure.
Which means he's either anywhere from 61 to 71, and that is generously factored in for an offense that has been catered to his strengths.
Yep.
By the way, if we had this exact debate prior to the Jakob Poeltl trade, honestly, none of those would be debatable.
No.
With his shooting percentages.
100%.
And there would at least be 15 to 20 other guys that I would 100% put above him.
Right.
So yes, dear Fred VanVleet, if you end up watching this, perchance, if someone in your family watches this, if someone from Rockford watches this, clip this part out and let Fred VanVleet know that we have 61 players who are definitively better than he is. And if he wants to debate that he's better than Zach LaVine, prove it. Go out and get a contract like Zach LaVine. You won't. You know? I mean, look, I put Scottie as debatable. So you're not telling me that I'm fucking capping or that I'm like trying to hate on him.
Yeah.
I'm being as realistic as humanly possible that there are 60 fucking players. Now, you as a fan base, to those of you who are hate watching this, and I know there are plenty of you and I see the fucking comments, tell me this. 28-year-old, going on 29 if he's not already 29, 62nd at best player in the world. Is this what your offense is built around? And if your offense is built around the 62nd to 72nd best player in the NBA, okay,
right?
How the fuck are you expecting to win in the playoffs or the play-in? That's the point. You know, if we had done this with Kyle Lowry, oh my God, Kyle Lowry in his prime, which was I think 2016, I would have gone as high as top 18, top 17 player with him. He was so good, so underrated. Like his impact metrics were off the chart, his two-way impact. And even though he wasn't like a star, like he wasn't like a superstar, he was like right on that cusp of like his impact was so immense.
Yeah. He had the same kind of like defensive impact and just like overall smarts and know-how as Marcus Smart, but just a better shooter and a better and a good rim finisher. Like when Kyle Lowry drove to the rim, he finished all the time. Like, and he's like around the same height, right?
Kyle Lowry had a great way to bump at the rim or whatever, but Kyle Lowry also had some super inefficient seasons where he shot like crazy low percentages, like 42, 43%. He never shot 35% for an entire year.
No,
like Fred VanVleet from calendar year 2022 shot like I think 35 to 36% for an entire year. I don't think he shot that bad, but yeah, Kyle Lowry wasn't like beacon of efficiency, but he was a lot of ways. Like he also gamed the advanced stats kind of the way Fred did, but he didn't game them in a way that was like disrupting his team. He just did things. And now Fred VanVleet is like the knockoff version of that.
No, for sure. He highlighted guys' games.
He did. So, I mean, look, this is a very interesting thought exercise. Thanks for making that list. And I pinned it initially for a reason. And it's interesting. Does anyone in the chat, can anyone think of any player that we may be just missing?
Yeah.
Just try to be super fair about it. Don't be like, okay, well, Walker Kessler. You could make a very realistic case. Now, if we were to open this up to trade value, oh my God, the trade value element.
That was going to be my next point, is that if you were to take based on like youth and what, like, we're looking at top 100 now. Like,
Prince Şengün, I wouldn't trade. Jalen Green, I probably wouldn't trade. Seriously, you talk about trade value. If we did a trade value ranking for Fred VanVleet, he's not top 100. That's the crazy part. Right. NBA champion, all-star, not a top 100 asset. When you factor in draft picks, he is not worth the first pick, second pick, third pick, fourth pick, fifth pick, sixth pick, seventh. He is not worth a pick until maybe 17 or 18 next year if he was under contract. So that's 17 players coming into the league that will have more value than him next year. This guy is capping his life. Like, he's crazy. Like, I'll share a story with you. I told a friend of mine who is he's worked in the NBA, but he's not plugged into it anymore. He worked in the NBA in 2010, 2011. And I was like, Can you believe that Fred VanVleet turned down this contract? This was around when this Tyler Hero story broke.
Yeah.
And there was all that stuff about this is the contract he turned down, and we were all wondering who the fuck leaked it to the press. We were having coffee when this happened. He nearly spit out his coffee. Like he had to choke it in a bit. he's like, and then he when he gathered his breath, he's like, he's crazy. Those are the first words he said. He's crazy.
Right.
Like, he's not plugged into the league, so I'm not trying to like leak anything or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, this is what somebody who's worked in a league office, who genuinely, has a good understanding of what Fred's value is going to be worth around the NBA. And when he found out that Fred VanVleet turned down that contract, and whether it's true or not, that story went out there, so we're talking about it. He thought, just literally, we didn't talk about it past that. That was just literally his reaction. I will never forget it because I felt like he coughed on his coffee to keep himself from laughing his ass off.
Right.
This is Dennis Schroeder, Isaiah Thomas. It has so many parallels to that situation. Latrell Sprewell, I got to feed my family. You drastically overestimate your value. And look, Latrell Sprewell is one of my favorite players. Loved Latrell Sprewell. Loved him. I don't know why I loved him. Is it because I hated PJ Carlesimo and he choked him? So it's just like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't know, but yeah, I just I mean, can you imagine if Fred VanVleet choked Nick Nurse tomorrow? The video that I would make about that. I don't know how I'm supporting Latrell Sprewell so hard. Maybe it's because it was like when I was a kid, like that just he seemed cool to me or something. But yeah, like it has all shades of that because every one of those players are very different. They were all more talented than Fred. I'll tell you that. Dennis Schroeder, in my opinion, is more talented than Fred, and he was younger than Fred at the time too.
I was about to say that. You put Dennis Schroeder, put Anthony Simons, put
Markelle Fultz,
put any of these guys into the role that. No, sorry, don't get me wrong. Simons isn't as good a floor general as Fred is right now, but just like the fact that he can finish at the rim and he can shoot so well from three is enough for me to I would take Simons over Fred.
You know what? Let's add Anthony Simons to this. I mean, look, I understand he's a pylon on defense, but can you imagine Jakob Poeltl setting screens for Anthony Simons, given how that kid finishes at the rim and how unique he is as a scorer and how lethal he is from three? There are so many players. I mean, people don't understand. This is the thing I'm trying to convey to you. And there's 171 of you here rocking with us, at 2 a.m. So that's crazy. And I mean, in a way, I'm not trying to tell you to leave, but that's awesome. Let me convey one thing to you. There's a world beyond fandom, right? I listened to Will Lou's podcast, I think today or yesterday, I can't remember. And he was talking about Fred VanVleet's interview. Did you watch it?
No.
I'm not trying to plug it, but he said that this whole thing is a very one-sided relationship. He's addressing fans he's just saying, look, it's like playing with a toy. You're having a reaction to them. They're not really paying attention to what you're saying.
Right.
In my head, I'm like, I know he's paying attention to what I'm saying. And it's to some extent, I know it's getting to him. Because I feel like it's he's addressed it so many times. Like for instance, I made such a point to criticize how he addresses his teammates after a loss and how he blames his teammates last year. And look at him today, Mr. Puppy Dog. I take full responsibility for this loss. He said it I think twice or thrice tonight. And in my head, I'm just like, oh, he learned. He adapted. Because he knows that if he doesn't take responsibility for it, I'm going to clip a fucking video tomorrow and post it on the internet. This is called accountability. Look, I think the media has a job, which is called accountability. And you should hold people accountable. If you don't hold people accountable, they run amok. They go crazy. Politicians become crooked. The media has a job. And sometimes it's messy. Sometimes it's not right. It's not always right. But I feel like to some extent, the media must hold people and must be allowed to hold people. And so this concept of what is the role of the media? I think it just kind of hit me today. It was just like, if Michael Grange, Will Lou, Blake Murphy, all these YouTube channels, all this, Jack Armstrong, Matt Devlin.
Right.
If every time Fred took a bad shot where he froze out Scottie on the offense, if they called it out, he would stop.
Right.
He would stop doing it.
Right.
He would stop doing it because he would know that he wasn't getting away with it anymore, right? He
Sure.
said something very peculiar in the CJ Miles interview. He said, if I don't hear anything from my coaches and I don't hear anything from my teammates, then I don't care what the fans say.
Right. Sure.
That's the problem.
Right. Sure. There's not a whole lot of accountability. Yeah, you know what the point that you made about the the succession tree and like where you are within the hierarchy based on your experience level. It does cloud judgment of everybody up and down the line, right? Like you'd like to think that I would like to think that Masai and Bobby are hold these guys accountable, and start to and say, bro, you got to be better. You have to, if you want to be the leader of the team, we're putting the ball in your hands. You got to be better, right? Like I don't know.
Well, one quote, there's something, sometimes Fred lets some stuff slip. One thing he said was, they didn't tell me that they wanted me to be off the ball. It was something along these lines. Do you remember this quote? And let me know in the chat if you remember the quote or if you have the exact link to the quote and just post it. Where he said, they didn't tell, like, I got the hint. No one told me that I needed to be off the ball, but I got the hint, right? I think that is such a weird culture that you can't tell this highly undersized, highly overrated, first time all-star, whatever, that he's going to be off the ball this year. And you can't just say it to his face.
Right. Yeah.
The way Masai reacted to firing Casey, where like he came out and it wasn't just business as usual. Okay, we fired a guy. There was all this, never going to find someone more classy than Casey, loved Casey, don't know how we're going to replace Casey. He was like a father, blah, 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 blah. Same thing with DeMar, this emotional meltdown that he had, when he traded DeMar. Like, he didn't just come out and say, yo, Cap, like, we traded you. Fuck it. Like, shut up. Like, go be in your feelings. DeMar was like, yo, like, trade you for a little bit of nothing, whatever. And Masai, like, he allowed himself to be the villain in that situation, right? And he allowed the story to just be out there that he just traded this guy with no warning after he told him and he wasn't going to be traded. And I heard a story from someone who was at Summer League and they were just like, that's not really how it happened. This Kawhi trade was over, and then last minute it got reinitiated, and Masai wasn't able to say no to it, and it got pushed through. And it's like it's almost like his loyalty to people is such a hindrance sometimes to his success. And so in an inability to just go up to Fred and be like, hey, Fred, like, you are not going to be on the ball. I think the idea that you would feel uncomfortable talking to him that way, you're fucking Masai Ujiri. If you wanted to talk to him that way and you couldn't, you felt some sort of pull away from doing it, or it might hurt his feelings.
Right.
It's going to be too awkward. Let me not do it. I think that is a sign that this is not a player you want on your team.
Right.
Because a great leader should be approachable.
Right.
In my opinion. If I have an issue, like if I'm Tony Parker and I have an issue with how Tim Duncan is setting screens for me, I need to be able to talk to him.
Right.
But I think that certain leaders and certain leadership, and I'm sure, most of you in the chat have encountered someone like this, they make it so that criticizing them is extremely uncomfortable.
Right.
Like, you feel a great deal of anxiety when you approach any situation with them because they make things unnecessarily hostile.
Right.
All the time. Right. And I've been accused of this before myself, so I'm perfectly self-aware that I fit into this category as well sometimes, and I've had to work very hard at it to be like, no, please come to me when you have an issue with what I'm doing so that we can address it together, la, 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 la. But, like, I understand that certain people are just naturally extremely unapproachable about things like this, but I found that to be very peculiar that he felt the need to say, they didn't tell me, but I picked up on the hint. It's like, why can't they tell you?
Yeah.
So now, like, after he goes, like, 2 for 20... or something in a game, or like 1 for 12, or hijacks the offense, or tanks the offense, or whatever, are they now telling him? And it's like, did they tell him something when he decided to book the first press tour? Right? Because it seemed like the way he came out in that Lakers game was like, okay, bet. Like, I'm going, boom, Lakers game, boom, JJ Redick podcast, boom, another good game, boom, another podcast. And it was like, it's just exactly what he's doing right now. It's like fucking clockwork, and he thinks we're all so stupid that we can't tell.
Right.
Boom, 2 back-to-back games against Charlotte. I'm going to put up a 20-piece, and then I'm going to go on the podcast.
Yeah.
Would he have done, I'm curious, would he have done the podcast if he had put up 10 points and 2 assists?
Of course not. No.
Right. So the podcast, how the fuck did that materialize so quickly?
Right.
Go figure it out.
Yeah.
Go figure it out, fans.
It wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't them reaching out to him.
It's exactly it.
Yeah. It wasn't
right?
them reaching out to Fred. It was vice versa. Yeah, man. This is the whole, like, I don't know. Does this exist outside of Toronto? I saw Pascal on the Malika Andrews, like on a segment with Malika Andrews, say and like defending himself for all NBA. Like, bro, like you're a good player. Let's come on. Top 15 in the league? Are you out of your fucking mind right now? Come on, you cannot, like, you are hurting your team. But like, I understand everybody's in it for themselves. You want to make money, blah blah blah. But come on, man. Top 15. Go read that list that I just printed up and try to argue that Pascal is within top 15 of that. And you're going on American national media trying to plead your case for why you should be all NBA.
In fairness to Pascal, I feel like he did such a terrible job of pleading his case.
He did.
Because I don't think he believes it. And
no,
David Thorpe said something very interesting on Will Lou's show, where he said that Pascal is naturally a selfless person. And I don't know if that's true because I don't know Pascal, but let's assume that he is, because Scottie still fucks with him, and if Scottie's still fucking with you, you're probably a decent person. I'm just gonna assume that.
No,
So let's just assume that he is a naturally selfless person, but there are people in his life who have kind of gassed him up into thinking that he's the superstar person, and because he's relatively inexperienced in the world of basketball, he doesn't know that that's not true.
Right.
But let's just say that they've gassed him up that way because they know that he is extremely easy to control in that sense, that as long as he has the reins of the offense, they all come as like a package deal.
Right.
This reminds me of something that someone told me when I was going into high school for the first time. I was someone who got myself into trouble a lot with people that were way bigger and stronger than me. If you can't tell, I'm extremely outspoken. And I remember one time there was a day that I skipped school in like grade 7 or something, and someone told me that if you'd come to school that day, someone was going to kill you that day. Like, because I had pissed off this kid whose brother was like a gangster or whatever. They'd come to the school asking everybody where I was and stuff, and apparently they had a machete or some shit like that. It was crazy. I was in grade 7. So I learned very early on that I have a really big mouth and that I can sometimes get myself jammed up pretty quick. So that being said, I remember going into high school, my cousin gave me this piece of advice. He said, find yourself a really, really big friend just to scare people off. Like, find the biggest, toughest, meanest looking dude, but make sure that that person is easy to control. I thought about it. I tried it. It didn't really work out. I just like, I'm not going to have that friend, you know? But it's interesting how people do this. Like, they have this sort of like, you know, is Pascal Siakam like a little pawn in their game, you know? Like, we're going to gas this guy up too. We're all a bit of a package deal. And it's like, is Pascal Siakam kind of waking up to the realities of what they're doing, right? Is he okay with it? Because if he's a good person, I don't know if he can be okay with, you know, what his teammates are going through and at the expense of Fred VanVleet, you know? At the beginning of the year, he seemed to really be with Fred. He even said, like my man Freddie said, this is a direct quote. He said, like my man Freddie said, bet on yourself. He said that. As the season has gone on, it feels like they have fallen further apart. I don't see them sit together as much. I don't see them talk about each other as much. I don't see them quoting each other as much. I don't even see them like playmaking as well off each other. It's so often that Fred has a good game, Pascal has a bad game, Pascal, you know what I mean? Because Fred has immediately turned all of his focus to Jakob as his most ideal, you know, this guy's going to get me paid guy.
Yeah.
Right? Because now Jakob is the one setting screens for him. He's basically turned Jakob into fucking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in a way, right? Like, Jakob's shot attempts went up so much. So yeah, I wonder if Pascal's waking up to it.
Yeah. Do you remember that little pep play that they used to have where Siakam would dribble the ball up court and like right in the center of the court, and he would just sort of pitch it back to Fred, who would take kind of a longer 3-point shot right at the top of the key. Or right at the top of the 3-point line.
Yeah.
When was the last time you've seen that? I haven't seen that in like the longest time, and that happened easily 5 times a game before.
We had a lot earlier in the season. Pascal initiates the offense, Scottie initiating the offense. And that's how those assist numbers were so high for those guys early in the
Right.
season. Especially for Pascal. I think we forget, some of us, that I think he started out the season with crazy numbers. It was like 10 rebounds, 8 assists, like 28 points, 27 points, 26 points, something like that.
Right.
Those assist numbers were so high. His usage was so high. And honestly, like when I was calling for lower usage for Pascal, that was not give it to Fred. That was more OG and more Scottie.
Yeah.
But now that Pascal doesn't have the ball as much, it's like it's Fred's team. This feels like Fred's team. He's almost not even like calling himself like a co-leader. He's
Right.
just taking leadership for himself. He's like, as the leader, as one of the 2 best players, because God knows if he said the best player,
Right.
he like someone might punch him. But he always puts himself outside of, like there's so many cringy quotes from him over the last couple of months. But like, does anyone in the world think he's better than OG Anunoby? Does any Raptor fan think he's better than OG Anunoby? You might think he's better than Scottie Barnes, fine. But you really think he's better than OG Anunoby? You must be out of your fucking mind if you think he's better than OG Anunoby. OG Anunoby does almost everything other than passing better than Fred. Passing and dribbling, that's literally it. He shoots better than him. He scores better than him. He's a better paint finisher than him. He's a way better defender than him. He's a better rebound. He's better at everything.
And he's not even an elite finisher, or he's not even.
He's a terrible isolation scorer. He's not an elite finisher. He's not like the top shooter in the league or anything. It's just apparently it doesn't take a lot. Like Will Barton shoots better from 3 this year than Fred VanVleet, just to put that into perspective. And the trade value also, like the TR Mike, like that's a really good point. Look at the trade value: 3 firsts plus something for Fred. Yeah. Can you imagine?
No way, man.
No. OG, it was 3 firsts plus stuff. There were like people like willing to dangle like a lottery pick last year. You could not get a lottery pick for Fred VanVleet, man.
Right.
So I mean, there's an age gap of 3 years, but like my God, if Fred VanVleet was like 25-year-old Kemba Walker or 28-year-old Kemba Walker, which is probably what he thinks he is, he could fetch you Terrence Mann on a first-round pick easily.
Right.
I don't think rival GMs are stupid. And you know what? If there was ever something predictable that was going to happen, Fred VanVleet not showing up against a team with Derek White and, Jaylen Brown, like the length, these guys are long. Malcolm Brogdon is a big dude. Last year we had Tyrese Maxey, not a good defender. Fred couldn't score on him either.
Right. Yeah, he does that. Like, listen, I don't want to go on belaboring the point of Fred not being like. I still think that Fred can exist as a good role player in an offense, right? I just think that it's time for this team to move on from him and to sort of circle back to my original point, which was sort of pour out a beer on the season for the Raptors. I just really hope that they come to their senses.
That's cheap. You can't pour out a beer. You got to pour out liquor, man.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, like whatever the terminology.
You just want to see Jack Armstrong cry for all the sins that he has committed against our ears this season.
Exactly. I hope Masai and Bobby do what needs to be done, and like, even if they don't get what they like, you had made a point earlier, like why would Orlando trade for Fred as opposed to just taking him into their cap space? The assumption is that at least more than one team would be vying for his services, right? Mm-hmm. If Orlando's the only team that wants him, then yeah, that's what's going to happen. But if there's a potential, even in a bidding war between 2 teams, and they can conjure something up in return for him, right? Draft pick plus a quality rotation player, you got to do it, right? We got to move on from this era. I think they've got to do the same thing with Pascal. I don't see him going anywhere. I think Masai is too attached to him. But I think we need to start to build around a core of Scottie, OG, and young players that we don't have.
You really don't think Pascal could fit into that? Like, you don't think he would buy in? You don't think like Pascal
Mm.
would be like, okay, if Scottie actually does take that step up to being like a superstar, you don't think they could do like a Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum type of thing?
No, because Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and everyone else on the court can shoot. And so yeah, assuming like
That's really funny, but it's
I would
true.
like I would like I like Yak as well. I like Pirtle. So if you have Scotty and Pirtle, that's you just need everybody else on the team has to shoot. That's just how the NBA is built these days.
Right.
They're like the they've forged an identity based on this lengthy, switchable, all out flurry on defense, have all these different defensive schemes to throw out at all these different types of teams, no matter how they're built. And shooting destroys it every single time. Right? Like, look at the size of the Celtics tonight. Sam fucking Hauser, like, he's got some length, but he's not big. Right? Like, Derek White isn't big. Brogdan, and as compared to the wings, isn't big. Yes, and compared to Fred, he's big, right?
Yeah.
But like, these guys can all shoot. They fucking picked
I
them
mean, can we
apart.
just take a moment to say Sam Hauser shot 1 for 8 today?
Did he?
Like,
Oh, yeah.
and I mean, like, he was still a positive on the court. He led the Celtics in plus minus. I mean, that's crazy. He does have gravity. And Mike Muscala, like, they started Mike Muscala and Sam Hauser. Like, he really did beat their B team with Jaylen Brown.
Did you see Mike Muscala's fucking step back? God,
yeah,
that pissed me off so bad.
Yeah,
bro, it's who was 10 for 19 from the field at the bottom of the Celtics.
Brogdan.
Basketball is covering it.
Brogdan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that made sense. Ooh, Jaylen Brown had a rough game overall. 25 points on 29 shots. Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, Leanne Chapman, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Nice.
Yes.
Shout
outs to Leanne.
Oof. Fred 2 for 14. 1 for 12. Oof. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just
rough.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's pretty good at like saying, okay, well, I'll take this loss or whatever when he shoots abysmally, right? But when he tanks the offense by holding onto the ball and somehow ends up not shooting abysmally, like he'll shoot like 5 for 13 or 5 for 12, you never see this level of accountability. And it's like, to me, it's like, is this what he's watching? Then he's Rudy Gay.
Right.
This is a Rudy Gay way of thinking about life, that, oh, if I made shots, I had a good game. I didn't make shots, I had a bad game. But it's ironic that he would present it like he doesn't think that way, because he's talking about like the process of the offense. And I got to be honest, I've never heard him. I listened to a lot of Fred VanVleet interviews. I've never heard him talk about the process of the offense over the results of the offense before in my life. This is, however, a constant talking point of this channel.
Right.
Are we getting through to Fred? I don't know. Or is Jakob Poeltl getting through to Fred? Or is Scottie Barnes getting through to Fred? Or is a psychologist getting through to Fred? I don't know. I don't know who's getting through to Fred, but, I like that he's changed his talking points away from eight turnovers, still
Right.
2-1, still 2-1. Yo, we have the clips, man. Like, the problem with being an NBA athlete is everything you do is on screen.
Right.
So if I'm going to criticize NBA athletes, obviously I could have started a blog or gone and written for a handful of, I'm a pretty accomplished writer. I could go and write for, Bleacher Report or whoever again, or go write. But I feel like that's so like, it's so much easier to be mean and, when you don't have to put a face behind it.
Right.
Like, even if I turn my camera off, this communication becomes completely different, in my opinion.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Because nobody can clip you saying it. They get your voice, but they don't have you, right? So I feel like there's an element of accountability that comes with being in the public space. And if you're going to criticize someone as heavily as I will in the public space, I feel like putting yourself in the public space yourself is probably the fairest way to do that. So I feel like all the backlash that comes back at me is probably warranted. I don't agree with it. Obviously, a lot of it I don't agree with, but I understand where it's coming from. I totally get it.
Yeah, for sure. No,
Yeah.
man. I look. If you look at the comments of the interview that he did with CJ Miles there,
Oh
there.
my God. Yeah, I'm gonna flash it on screen.
What's that?
I'm gonna flash it on screen.
Yeah.
Let's just. Do you have like 10 minutes, or you want to go to sleep?
I've got 10 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna go through the greatest Fred VanVleet comments to end the night, and then hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Fred VanVleet, CJ Miles, selfish. Okay, yeah, I found the comment section to be pretty amazing. Can I share my screen? No, I can't. I can't share my screen. You could share your screen. Can you share your screen, or you're on your cell phone?
I'm on my phone. My phone's there, but my monitor is there, so that's why.
Are you on your computer?
Yeah, like I am, but no, my I'm talking from my phone.
Right. So, okay, yeah.
But I
got you.
I don't think I can screen share from my desktop.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna screenshot quickly, and we're gonna go through the comments, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. And I promise I'm not discriminating. I'm just literally screenshotting all the comments, and some of you guys are gonna be on this for sure. Okay.
We'll say by next season I'm gonna have a better setup.
Yeah, me too, man. Like I look at some of the people like who do this, and I'm just like, yo, I'm so homeless with how I do this. Like I just like, I mean, this is like, I'm so lazy. I'm using like a 2012 Mac. I mean, I'm very lucky that my girlfriend got me this microphone and that I had access to a microphone, but I swear I'd probably be doing it like a Zoom. I'm not taking this as seriously as I definitely should be, but yeah.
If you looked in the studio right now, like I have a $1,200 mic right there, but I'm talking into my phone just because I don't have the wherewithal to like connect it.
Yeah. Also, prior to the game, we did a poll.
Knowing what you know now, do you wish we tanked at the deadline? Oh, it's like the.
Yeah.
I've been fucking harping on about this for the entire season. Like,
yeah.
God damn it, let's just tank. It'll be
Okay.
better for the team long run.
So comments, nothing. My comment is number one, for me at least. Nothing a fan can tell me about basketball. Trust me, there's plenty. Ryan LYZ says, "Man, Fred really lived long enough to see himself become the villain." Raptors fan, fans not blind. That's why they say it. It's nice to bring this topic so he can think about his game. It's often he had the ball too much that our younger guys can't develop. He's the only one developing. Facts. Northern Reflections. He thinks he's a top 50 player in the league. Same dude that admits he doesn't think of himself as being 6 feet when he's on the floor. He's both delusional and confident. Yo, that's a true quote. He says that sometimes he does not realize that he's as short as he is, and that's probably why he attempts the shots. CMN saying attempting pull-up threes when you miss 70% of the time is selfish and not good for the team. Playing iso ball when you miss 70% of the time is also bad for the team. Fred has lost us a lot of games trying to play hero ball instead of selecting the best shot. We play so much better when the ball is moved. It's as simple as that. So that's just the first wave of comments, and I promise I did not filter out, negative, positive, whatever. Next wave of comments. Let's see if there's a positive comment for Fred VanVleet. He actually believes that what he's saying. That's scary, from Alex Thurix. Raptor fan again. Fred answered this about the Atlanta game November 19th. You were 1 for 10 threes and the tank was leaking. Then came out of a timeout. Why you just settled on a contested three instead of making the right play that like direct OG in the post since he's been going off to the free throw line. Was that selfish, or you just didn't have the basketball IQ? That's kind of funny. HK Ashaf says he didn't name one active player on the current roster that can tell him anything. That's not true. He did. He said that did he? No, he said my teammates. He put them under one blank.
Right.
If you weren't sure before, you know now. Fred VanVleet is an incredibly selfish player. I hope they don't re-sign him. Tampa Bay Raptors, the guy who was just on. Fred VanVleet says, nobody can tell me I'm selfish. The lie detector determined that was a lie. Yo, that's a direct joke from this channel. Thank you, Tampa Bay Raptors, for extending our reach. Super G saying, after watching this, I really don't like this side of Fred. Starting to wonder if this team needs to move off of him. okay. And then the final bunch of comments. I mean, some of these are funny as hell. Rue, who is in this chat, he keeps doubling down, eh? Alex says, if he thinks he's top 50, why no other team wants to trade for him? Clippers didn't even want to include a pick for him. Facts. Jason Lynn says, Fred's fanboys got wet after watching this video, but I truly believe there are many many fans who has eyes and not stupid to get fooled by your media card. Yeah, I'm glad you have so many connections like Bleacher Report, JJ Redick, etc. But all I'm saying is if Fred put in hard work in your game as much as on your media and drama, Fred will be a better player.
Right.
Lumpy, also a community member here. I get you trying to put some criticism into perspective, but if it didn't mean anything to you, you wouldn't be on a media tour.
Right.
When someone says they don't care, they care. His
Yeah.
contract negotiation has turned a mountain from a molehill. Facts. And to Keats, who I've also seen in our comment section, we have eyes, Fred. No need to insult people's intelligence. Sheesh. His true colors have been coming out with this looming free agency. Bet on yourself for certain, even if it destroys your team. This season is from hell, man. And there's more. And you know what? Like, by all means, like I'm never gonna tell you to go to a comment section and spam it, but let people know what the hell you feel. Because I feel like there's still some part of MLSC that's probably like, because I mean, look, like Rogers and Bell have employed people who are his mouthpieces on television broadcasts.
Mm-hmm.
So these people, to some extent, probably feel like this guy is Caitlin Clark.
Right.
What I said earlier about Caitlin Clark, that's what I say about Fred VanVleet.
Sure.
Insanely relatable to this particular fan base.
Right.
And I'm not going to go into the reason why he's insanely relatable. There are a lot of reasons, one of which I won't talk about, some of which I think you can figure out for yourself. But there is a reason why they would like this guy, or they have wanted to make this guy the face of the Raptors.
Right.
And the voice of the Raptors, and the person you think about when you think about Raptors basketball.
Mm-hmm.
It's his story, it's his look, it's his vernacular, it's his presence, and it is his absolute, in my opinion, commitment to management.
Right.
And the dollar.
And his history.
His history, but also like, look, if I'm a billionaire, like if I'm a billionaire owner, right, and I want to have a franchise player, I don't think I'm necessarily like, I want something stable.
Right.
You know, the most stable person in the world is the person who is for sale, whose loyalty can be bought and sold,
right,
whose allegiance and basically their everything is bought and sold on the dollar. Because I have money, I can pay you money. It's a hooker. It's like a cheap hooker, not an expensive kind. It is actually like that. If you are for sale, if you are constantly for sale as a human being, you will find yourself in very weird company of people who like people who are for sale. I remember one time I was dealing with this dude who, like, he wanted to hire me to do a documentary. It was a total vanity fucking project. He thought he was the shit. He just had a lot of money. He hadn't done shit in this world that I would respect. And if he ever ends up watching this, you know who you are. And he wanted me to do a documentary for him, and he kept flashing money at me. Like, he kept flashing tons of money at me, and there was like lots of promises for future money. And he was just so used to buying people. Like, that was how he controlled people, you know what I mean? Like, he can get over on you. He'd be like, oh, you know, and I mean, he knew, and he made sure to invest in my story. He knew that I grew up poor. He knew all that shit, right, about me. So he knew that, oh, it's a poor kid. Like, I can definitely buy him off with a $5,000 check. He's probably never held $5,000 in his life. That's not true, but, you know, like, that's
Sure.
probably the way he thought.
Sure.
Hmm?
That's what he thought, sure.
And the minute he tried to tell me to cross a line within the documentary, I was like, if you ask me to do this, I quit. The indignation, the shock, he went ballistic. He went crazy. He couldn't deal with the idea that someone he had paid for
right,
would say no on
back.
ethical grounds.
Mm-hmm.
People like me are not for sale. You cannot buy me, cannot buy my loyalty. And I'll tell you who else is not for sale. Scottie Barnes is not for sale.
Right.
And it probably worries certain people to turn a franchise over to him because he is emotional. He is committed to, like, people more so than money. You cannot buy him.
Right.
You know? And so people like that, genuinely speaking, like look at Vince, right? You couldn't buy Vince either. If you really think about it. I mean, you couldn't scare him or intimidate him. He was going to be himself. He talked back to the media all the time. He attended his graduation, even though people hated him for it. He was loyal to his family, his mom, you know? He wasn't like, he didn't care what the media thought about him. He was just like, fuck you guys. And I think people like that, they're not stable. It's ironic that his name is Steady Freddy. He's very steady. That's the way I would look at it.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good breakdown.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's whoever made the comment of that he's fallen from grace. I'm paraphrasing here, but he's fallen from grace. It's just like he was such a lovable guy when he was a role player and he was coming off the bench or he was closing games alongside Kyle. I'm like it was perfect. He wasn't controlling things. But then, once the sort of, once the other guys moved on and then the hierarchy kicked in and now he's been thrust into the leader of the team. I'm like, that's where the wheels came off, right? Ultimately, you can always tell when I feel like other teams don't work in the same regard, wherein just because you have tenure there, you automatically get the reins of the vehicle. It sort of existed like that in Toronto for a pretty long time. So I think they just need to get away from that. As much as I don't know much about Ime Udoka as a coach beyond what I just saw of him with Boston. Seems like he's a very capable coach. But it might just be time for to turn the page onto the next generation, purge and get what you can for Fred, Pascal, get rid of Nick Nurse, and let's start the new chapter. Right?
I am 100% sold on getting rid of Fred. I am 100% sold on getting rid of Nurse. There's no part of me that wants them back. There's no part of me that would accept them back after what they've done. I am not 100% sold on getting rid of Pascal Siakam.
Right.
Nor Gary Trent Jr., nor would I cry one tear if they were to leave or be traded or be not signed. I like Gary more this year than I did last year. Same thing with Precious. There are, I'm going to say, a few non-negotiables on this team. Scottie, OG, Christian Koloko. Jakob Poeltl is entering that sphere, and so is Precious Achiuwa. Jeff Doughton, Joe Wieskamp. I think those are like my 7 people that I would love to see back next year.
Right.
Everyone else is gravy.
I just love
Nurse.
I would love to see them play. Like, just give them they should have been letting these fucking guys play for a huge portion of the season.
Yeah. Uncle Jemima's, I'm going to tell you this one time. I know you've been spamming the chat the whole time. I respect the freedom of speech. But one more spam comment from you and I'm blocking you. I'm sick of you, man. I've been watching you out of the corner of my eye literally the entire time. I'm sick of you. Like, I'm so sick of you. And I'm pretty sure this chat is pretty sick of you at this point too. You want to make a point, you call next time. Okay? Do not ruin other people's experience. Okay? If you have a tangible fucking point, make a tangible fucking point. Stop repeating your same stupid shit. Stop stirring up shit. Stop being a troll. Like, just stop. Like, we have a block button. We all have a block button. I would be surprised if half the chat hadn't blocked you already. But if they haven't, like, I'm still seeing your stupid ass comments. Like, shut up, man. Like, seriously. Like, I told you like 15 times already. Shut up.
I don't know what you said about Fred. Oh, I don't really understand. I
did what you said about Fred. Yeah, we don't understand what you're talking about, bro. We don't. And honestly, if I did a fucking straw poll right now in this community right now, should I just ban this motherfucker right now? You'd probably lose 90 to 10. But we're not doing that because honestly, I'm trying to be like, I want this channel, like, I'm sick of this channel being accused of like being groupthink or whatever. I want people to have an opinion outside. And if you have a genuine opinion outside, and there are plenty of people in this chat who come in and they support Siakam and they support Fred and whatever, but there's a way to do it that's not spammy. You're spamming. Don't spam.
I think
it's an irritating quality.
Also, part of the
like this right here, hypocrite. Call in, stupid. Check the fucking link. StreamYard. Call in. I will talk to you.
the Fred, the Fred problem is just such a huge part of like, it's such an obvious and glaring part of the Raptors problem this
Yeah,
year. And
for
so
sure.
that's why it gets so much attention. Like that's why we've spent, hours talking about it. And more hours will be dedicated. Like, trust me, this thing is not going to end badly. Or is not going to end well. They're likely not going to come out and win the next game against Boston. Can you imagine if Boston has Tatum back and like they actually kind of care about the game to some degree, which they may not actually. They may actually continue to rest everyone because I think they're locked into the 2 seed regardless of what happens from here on out. But like, I'm hoping for losses. Like whatever we can, like, I'm hoping for losses. I'm hoping for a loss in the play-in just so that we finish 10th and get the best pick possible, right? Like just get up there, And so unfortunately, Fred is built into the fabric of how this poorly run team was this year, and so that's why it's such a hot button issue, and that's why we're talking about it so much. So don't be surprised, and don't call it Fred hater. Like Rob mentioned earlier, if this was Westbrook on the team and he was being Westbrook all year, you can damn well bet that the hot button issue would be Westbrook and talking about him.
Yeah.
So it's not even necessarily like personal to Fred. It's just he's a huge reason as to why this team has underperformed this year, and it's to the detriment of young guys that we want to see get reps. Despite the fact that we may still continue to lose, but at least they're gaining that they're gaining that experience. We see what we know what Fred has to offer, right? And if Fred was playing like an all-star last year, then please feel more than free to like control the team. But assuming that Fred is this year who he is, then I'm sorry, but it's not a good leader for your team.
I think it's just, I needed that entire interview to wash through. It's very distracting when you listen to all that information because it's very charming. He's very funny at times. He's got deep charisma, Jordan Peterson's got amazing charisma. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain people that maybe you don't agree with their points, but you end up being seduced by their charismatic way of delivery.
Sure.
Certain people are like that.
Jordan
And you need an hour to 2 hours after listening to what the fuck they've said to just be like, okay, what did I just absorb? Was it right? Was it wrong? And then you have to just sort of fact check yourself, When he says that every single time, like this comment just keeps coming back. There's so many comments that he made, in the past. And I think what I find to be so frustrating about him is he throws so many things at the wall at once that you almost lose sight of how to even talk about any one of them.
Totally.
It's all bullshit. It's so much bullshit. Oh, teams are calling timeouts every time I hit a three. It's like, well, 1 for 12. They called one timeout. Congratulations. But you know what I mean? Like right. The level of, like, he really does talk about himself like he's Steph, and the results are so different.
Right.
So it's like you have to just stop for a second and you're like, does someone who talks like they're Steph convince a small segment of the population who isn't willing to do the math and the research and the numbers that they are in fact kind of like Steph?
Right.
Most of us assume that if you talk a really big game that you probably have, I mean, it's like the 10-inch argument, right? If a guy walked into a bar and he was just like, I have a 10-inch dick, I have a 10-inch dick, there's some segment of the population that would know right away that most people who have a 10-inch dick probably don't talk that way, right?
Right.
But then there's some segment of the population that is extremely gullible that would just be like, why would anyone say they did if they didn't? They must. So I think that's sort of like our natural skepticism versus like gullible fandom. And I think the Raptors fans have both. And I'm glad to see some of the naturally gullible people kind of waking up to some of this and being like, because that's the thing. This channel has never been about telling you what to think, telling you what to write, telling you what to post. I've never, you know, I know there are certain people who tell, you know, go downvote this video, go downvote that video. And I'm not doing that. I'm not telling you to, you know, whatever. But what I am telling you is to open your eyes and think for yourself, you know, and I realize that sounds a little culty to some people. You know what I mean? Like, this is like Alex Jones, open your eyes to what the American government is doing to you. You know what I mean? Like, or flat earthers being like, Antarctica is the border. That's why no one goes there. You know what I mean? But like, to some extent, like, I think what I'm trying to do is just ask people to think for themselves. Don't let Matt and Jack and, you know, people come to channels like this for takes. They want takes. They want to be able to intelligently discuss the game tomorrow at the water cooler. So they want to be like, and they're not going to give you credit for the take, just like people don't give Skip Bayless or Nick Wright or Shannon Sharp or whoever, Shannon Sharp. My God, now I'm getting them mixed up. Credit for their takes, but like, we often borrow takes, or we extend takes, or we combine takes, or whatever. And this takes culture, you know, like, we just want to have an intelligent way to discuss this game that we all love. And so I'm not giving you necessarily intelligent. You don't want to repeat what I'm saying at your workplace. You get fired. You get fired so fast. But I think what I'm trying to do is just trying to motivate people to get really deep into the game. Like, start thinking about the game in a different way. And I'm so glad to hear, every time I hear feedback, like, people tell me, people give me feedback about like, oh, it helped me through this, helped me through that. The best feedback I've ever gotten is, I went back and I watched the game at half speed and I wrote down some shit. That's the best feedback I ever get. Not, yo, Rob, I told my friend about Pensari basketball. No, I don't care about that. That I don't care about. What I care about is that you actually go and do that work for yourself. Go and download the game, slow it down, quarter pace, go read the analytics, go read the usage, go play by play, break it all down, and do that for 4 hours, and come back and tell me what you find. You know, that would be really cool, in my opinion. Yeah. Anyway, Vince, we have gone way past your bedtime. I apologize.
It's all,
yeah,
all good.
Always a good call. Always a great call, man.
I love chatting with you. Love the chats. Been trying to keep up. There was a lot. It was on fire tonight for sure.
Yeah. I think this guy is actually going to call in.
Come on.
I have a feeling. I mean, there it says Mass Effect. I don't know if it's him, but we will see. Please, God, do not let me get trolled by 12-year-old kids. I do not want to end my night on that. But yeah. All right. Have a good one, man.
Okay. I'm going to check out the rest of the show tomorrow for sure.
Oh, he just disappeared.
No.
Damn it. He just disappeared. Come back, Mass Effect.
If it gets fun. Don't curse him out. I want to hear like actual discussion.
I'll try. But if he starts calling me like a Bargnani, you know, like fanboy or whatever, because yeah, I did like Andrea Bargnani in 2006. I've owned that fact very proudly. Trust me, I was wrong. I admitted it by 2009, 2010. I was like, okay, like yeah, maybe this is not going to work out as well as I thought it would. But I loved the talent, and yeah, I mean, you want to judge me for something I said 17 years ago? Sure. And I still own it to this day. I've never turned on the Bargnani thing. I still think he had like a world of talent. I think we screwed up his development. And yeah, I mean, exactly anyway, right. Yeah. All right. Peace, Vince.
All right. Take care, bro.
See ya.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Huh. He says, I'm not Mass Effect. So I take it you are not going to call in, despite your bravado. You know, let me tell you something. Let me tell you why I said call in. So Fred VanVleet, during his little interview with CJ, joked that very often the fans who write all this bullshit in the comments would never say it to his face. Right? They would never, ever say it to his face. They would never meet him on the street and be like, yo, you're a fucking chucker. They would never do that. No, they would ask for an autograph and they would ask for a signed ball. That's the point. That's coward culture. You're a coward. You have a link right there. You want to talk all this shit about me. You want to bring up shit from 17 years ago and you won't call in. I think you're a coward, personally. You want to call me a narcissist? You won't call in? I think you're a coward. You're a keyboard warrior. This is how you get your jollies. You're upset with life. You hate your life, whatever. You think it'd be nice to come in here and hate on me. That's cool. You think I'm wrong about Fred VanVleet? You believe him when he says that he's a top 50 player and the list is way shorter. You think that that's not worth criticizing? You think what he's done to this offense is not worth criticizing? Who are you? Are you a Raptor fan? You think it's fun to talk about Scottie's 0-point game when he's playing through an illness? He's 21 years old. Do you abuse children? What is wrong with you? So you're going to talk to Fred? Yo, he has a standing invitation. He can call in any time. I would talk to him 100%. And I would keep it respectful. Don't call it ducking. I respect Fred VanVleet, the professional basketball player, for what he has done to become the level of professional basketball player he has become. That is worth respecting. There are a lot of qualities about Fred VanVleet, from his entrepreneurial mindset to his work ethic to his, relentless pursuit of pursuing something that's valuable to him and changes his family, overcoming trauma. Fred VanVleet and I, in another life, could be best friends. He has so many qualities that I admire, with one very, very, very crucial difference. I think he's very selfish. That's it. Zero-sum thinking. He is very defensive. He's very selfish, and I find him to be very greedy. I'll give you a litmus test. Let me give you whatever. Huh? Because I dared criticize him? Yeah. I'll give you an example. Let's say, for instance, that you're living with somebody and you're both of equal wealth. Let's say you have a roommate. You're both of equal wealth, right? And let's say, for instance, you come into an extra $1,000 that month, right? For whatever reason. And you just offer to split it with them, and you give them some bullshit reason. I don't know if this is the right. I'm trying to frame it into something that's relatable for everybody, but I guess what I'm saying is the type of person who would take without thinking, without consequence, if you let them, they would take whatever without getting anything back. Like, if they're offering it, you're taking it. There's no balance of like, hey, this person's done a lot of really nice things for me, let me do something back, Or, hey, in this case, I know I could take this, but this is too much, and I don't need to take this right now. I can give back something here. There are certain people in this world who will take everything available to them. Everything. You have to impose strict limits on how much they can take from you, or they will take everything you have. I think we all know people like that in our lives. What is wrong with you? Call in. If you're not going to call in, you're banned. I don't care if people are standing up for you. I'm sick of you. Like, honestly, you are such a fucking manipulative person. When you say, do you not see the problem here? So this is about Fred not wanting a discount. Do you understand? Like, you have come here from Real GM to get a rise out of me because I realize I'm not very popular on Real GM or Reddit. And I realize that this is working. He has a family. You know who else has a family? Jeff Doughton Jr. has a family. Malachi Flynn has a family. And none of their families have ever seen the type of money that Fred's family has seen. Are you aware of that? Scottie Barnes has a family. Do you care about his family? Precious Achua has a family. Gary Trent Jr. has a family. I realize his dad was an NBA dad and he didn't grow up poor like Fred VanVleet or whatever, if you think that Fred VanVleet grew up poor. But, yo, all these fucking people have families. Nick Nurse has a family. All of these people have families. So how are you supposed to put one family? How are you supposed to put your family, your kids, your wife, your family, your mom, whatever, your perspective? You're supposed to put that over everybody's? That's what I have an issue with. I don't care if every NBA player on earth would do this. It's not right. It's not right. And Scottie would not do this. If you said, hey, Scottie, take every single shot you want, we won't complain. You think he would just take 100 shots a game? You really think so, huh? Is this your deluded mindset that you think that there are certain people where if you say there's no limit on what you can take, they would rob you blind? You really think so? I'll give you an example. Let's say I gave you with the very real perspective of, hey, I'm not a very rich person. I'm not some wealthy 1% elite, but I just want to do something nice for you and you're very poor or something, whatever. So here is my credit card. Go buy whatever you need, no questions asked. This is the example I think that I wanted to give you. If you have any conscience, you would buy your groceries if you needed them. You would buy like maybe some necessities and you would give the credit card back. If you're a fucking asshole, you would max out the credit card until the card declined because you're like, I found my sucker. People like that are not good for organizations. Let me put it that way. What I call them, leeches. Vultures, leeches, cancers, whatever. Anytime in life you encounter someone like this, run. Run the other way. You know what? I'm gonna put a poll. I'm not going to ban you because there are people in this community who are saying like that you deserve to be here and they've had good conversations with you. And I don't know if that's your dummy account because I've never seen that person before, or if you just created 3 accounts and are spamming it. But I'm going to tell you this: you want to disrupt a community with your trolling ass posts. We're gonna make a poll. Okay, here's the poll. Fuck. Sorry. Hang on, guys. Sorry. I'm gonna create this poll for a sec. I don't like going back and forth with people, but you know, I'm not just gonna let. Yeah, I honestly do, man. Boom. Question asked. Small sample size. It looks like you're winning. I'll stop it when it gets to 60, if it gets to 60. Yo, honestly, man, like you're bringing up shit from like 17 years ago. It's obvious you have a personal thing against me. If you're going to come in here, you're going to talk basketball. This is not a Rob channel. You have made it. You've made this entire discussion about me, and now you're making me address me. And I don't like that. That's derailing. Now you're familiar with Real GM, the moderators on there, they call that derailing. I was not the subject of this fucking video. You have decided to make me the subject of your chat, okay? And that's what I call derailing. All right? So, look, no one is going to fucking read your fucking comments tomorrow. You want to actually make an impact? I'm giving you a platform. You got something to say to me? Say it. But actually say it. Be a man and fucking call in. Otherwise, you're just a keyboard warrior, yo. I'm not trying to bully you. I'm really not. I'm not trying to bully you. I'm just trying to tell you straight. What part of the world are you in that you do not have internet access, that you can access this chat, but you can't click a link? It's really not that difficult. Keep your camera off. Talk through a voice changer. I don't care. I want to have an actual discussion with somebody who wants to call me out for all this shit. You want to level accusations and labels at me? I'm sick of it. Look, you want to do it on Reddit, Twitter, Real GM, whatever. You guys call me ugly. You call me this. You call me that. On you bring up like that I worked as a greeter at Abercrombie and Fitch when I was 19. Congratulations. You want to bring up all that shit from Real GM? By all means, man. I had a job. I was a poor kid. Whatever. You want to bring up the fact that I supported Andrea Bargnani? No problem. I was 18 or 19 years old. I think I was 18. Whatever. But if you actually want to have a conversation about Fred VanVleet, keep it to Fred VanVleet. You want to have a conversation with something I said about Fred VanVleet, then keep it to that. But you take it personal with me. And you're bringing in shit that has nothing to do with anything. What I said 17, 18 years ago, or who I supported 18 years ago, has nothing to do with what I'm saying about Fred VanVleet right now. Keep it to that. Lies. Lies. Nah, you're cap. All right, we're not gonna ban you, but I'll tell you what. Next game, Friday. It's 2:55 right now, so you're obviously in our time zone. We'll start the live at 10 o'clock. Look, this is a platform. This is an open platform. Okay, this is open. There's no person behind the screens sifting through calls and, like screening calls and gauging whether somebody is crazy before they call in. This is an open forum. And that's a really good thing in Raptor space, where so much critical thought is stifled, to have a community that is actually open to, actually hearing what you have to say. But you're not going to get through to me by trolling me. Yeah, you're going to get under my skin and you're probably going to get yelled at, but like you're not getting your message through. There are a lot of people that have disagreed with me, and maybe, I will shift and adjust if you can present your case rationally. You want to present your case rationally about why I'm being unfair to Fred? Let me know. Okay? Well, if he's only comfortable talking shit, then he shouldn't talk shit. Because if you can't even turn on your voice, I'm sorry, no. Link is in the description. Link is in the description. How difficult is this? Do you need me to post it? 40%. Yo, 40% is high. There's your link. You just have to click. Show me you're a real person. Seriously. Look, do you know what's interesting to me? Someone mentioned it. The entire video comments that I flashed about Fred VanVleet, all the people trashing it, right? They said all the positive comments, there were very few, but all the positive comments were from accounts that were started like very recently. There were no like 10-year accounts, 8-year accounts, 5-year accounts. Hello, what's up? Your mic is off, man. Why am I not hearing you? Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about. No, I just thought since you were giving the opportunity, it's late for you guys over on the North America side. I'm calling from France. Just thought it might be a good time to drop in and give you some roses. I've been listening for a while, watching the content for a few months now. Found your channel just by chance, and I like the content that you're giving. It's true that you have a different opinion than most of the other content that's available out there. It's true that whenever you put out content on the web, you're prone to getting, adverse opinions and people that, troll and kind of go off the rails. But just thought I'd end it here, or at least on my end, before I hop into work, since it's now 9 a.m. in France. Just to say, your opinion is valuable, if only because it's yours, and that we're free to drop in and see what you have to say, or drop off if we're not agreeing. And thanks for what you're doing.
Help me with the pronunciation. Is it Jeff?
And I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
So I guess, yeah. I'm sorry.
Shoot.
First time calling into something.
No,
like
no,
this,
no
so
worries, no
I'm
worries.
not hearing you, sorry. But I'll just stop there. I hope you got my message. Hello to the whole community. And yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you. See you.
Bye. Thank you so much, Jeff. If you end up watching this tomorrow, can you guys hear me? You guys can't hear me, but can you see me? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't. Oh man. Um, yes, we can hear you. Okay. That was a very nice thing for Jeff to do. What I was initially trying to ask him is it like, how do you pronounce that name? Geoff? Is it Joff? Jeff? Someone French, help me out. I spoke French a little bit as a kid, and I lived in Paris for a little bit, but I have always struggled with that. Yes, that was very pleasant, and it was very nice. Look, I get too carried away. Um, Uncle Jemima, obviously, like, look, I'm channeling a lot of frustration at you because it's taken a lot of energy to not respond to some of the. First of all, I really genuinely do not have a real Jam account, um, and I don't have a Reddit account, so I can't respond to these things. But people do send them to me, and trust me, like this thing that Fred VanVleet was saying was true. It really is hard to not snap when people like say such egregiously stupid shit about you all the time. So, look, I'm trying not to let it get to me, but if you're just gonna like consistently just keep doing it, like, Rob, why don't you address this? Why don't you address that? Didn't you support Bargnani? It's trolling. I consider it trolling. So I'm gonna ask you, if you're gonna be here, be respectful. Okay? You can be here. I mean, clearly you have 60% support of people who want to be here. I'm gonna let democracy do its shit. If 60% of people want you to be here, until that is no longer true, you can definitely be here. Fine. But just be respectful. Stop being repetitive and stop trying to get my attention. You genuinely want to get my attention? Give a super chat like everybody else. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be greedy about it. But if you really want to stand out from the crowd and you need your message to stand above something, you need me to, because I mean, I'm being honest, like I cannot possibly, I know that you do not strike me as a very this is going to sound rude. You do not strike me as a very empathetic person. Most trolls are not. But it's very difficult to talk to people, pull up information, pull up, monitor a live stream. Do you know what I mean? And still be coherent. Like this usually is like a 4-person job, and I'm doing it by myself, and I'm doing it for 4 hours straight. Like we're on 4 hours, 11 minutes of the chat. You know what I mean? So I can't see all your comments. So I'm getting bits and pieces of it. Do you understand? So that's all I'm asking for you is, if you're going to stay here, if you're going to be part of these, lives or whatever, by all means, be a contrarian opinion. By all means, ask your questions, have your, whatever. If the community is fucking with you, whatever, that's cool. But do not try to troll me, and do not try to bait me, and do not try to make this entire thing about me, because I don't know if you get this, but a call-in show, it is a call-in show because it is not, I'm trying not to make this completely about me. Earlier I said that this was the brand, story over everything. That's the whole point. Like, it's supposed to be about other people. Like, this channel is about supporting Scottie. It's not about me trying to be famous, me trying to get money, whatever. It's about trying to support Scottie, trying to support OG, trying to support the Raptors, trying to support Precious Achua, Christian Coloco, just people that I just genuinely believe in. Okay? And trying to support the growth of the game. I genuinely, yeah. You know what? Like, I'm gonna end this on this. Fuck off. Like, seriously, who needs it? Like, who needs this, man? Like, you are honestly like the epitome of every single thing that I absolutely do not like about yikes. And yo, I can't even ban him. What? He's unbannable. Wait, no, he is bannable. Block. There you go. Good. Okay, he's blocked. You are free to call in. I want to just say this. You are very free to call in and have a completely different opinion. Wait, why can I not see the chat anymore? You're walking on thin ice too. That's not true. I've done 3 videos about Christian Coloco. I've done a video breakdown on Otto Porter. I'm working on a video for Jeff Doughton. Please stop making this accusation. It is not true. You see what you want to see because you're stupid. Okay? I'm just pointing it straight to you. I read your comments too, Yoni. Like, you see what you want to see, just like everybody else sees what they want to see in this world. If you're a fucking flat earther, you're like, see, I'm not falling over, the earth is flat, right? That's the problem. Like, if you have any critical thought, you would be like, okay. Like, if I want to confirm that Fred VanVleet is inherently selfish, I don't just go on, oh, someone said he's selfish. I watched two plays, so he's selfish. I do the work. I go through every single play. I see how many times he misses his teammates on a fast break. I listen to his words. I break it down. I read a book about what those words mean, what the body language means. And then I come to a conclusion. Have you done that level of research on your conclusion that this channel is about Scottie? Because it wouldn't take you long to figure out it's not just about Scottie, right? But that's what you want it to be. You want it to be that so that you can be consistent in your messaging of hate, right? Jeez. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was funny. I appreciate the sarcasm. That's hilarious. Anyway, so task added. This entire last, I think, 25 minutes of going back and forth with trolls is probably going to need to get clipped, which means that my sleepy ass is going to have to wake up in 4 hours when this video is done processing to clip it, because I decided not to end the chat like a good boy or a mature adult, because I decided to give into the taunts and into the whatever the fuck this was. Anyway, to those of you who stayed up for 4 hours and 16 minutes to stay with us, 140 people is wild. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I apologize for wasting your time for the last 20 minutes. Hopefully it was, I don't know, funny. Maybe it was pathetic. I have no idea. I'm very sleep deprived. And when I get sleep deprived, and also I'm quitting smoking, so I'm like, my patience level is not great right now with people. I have like zero tolerance for shit. You saw me yesterday with your goat rubbing his mic at the end. I was like, I was ready to lose it. So I think it's just natural. I think it's pretty human to be, I don't know, to be irritated by people who are doing stupid shit. I don't know. Anyway, have a good one, guys. That's funny. I would be like the worst therapist, right? Because I'd be like, shut the fuck up about your problems. I'm kidding. Yeah, my ass, he did. But seriously, I mean, look, if he or his people ever want to call in, man. That's the whole point of this show. Like, he's supposed to be like open forum. And I'm sure as this channel gets bigger next year, you'll probably see some guests on here that you wouldn't be expecting to see on here. That's pretty much what I can say about that. You know, we've had people, like we had Blake call in, we had Scottie's trainer call in once, we had Scottie's dad in the chats and stuff. So I mean, like, it's been cool. It's cool to be open, right? It is part for me, like, it's kind of like a artistic almost experiment in the limits of, you know, humanity. You're making yourself a very live target, right? You have an open forum. They can call in, they can say whatever the hell they want. What if they launch into, you know, some crazy ass shit in the first 4 seconds before you can clip it? You know what I mean? Like, they can say some crazy. So I'm not trying to invite people to do that. I'm just saying, like, this takes a bit of guts to do, like, to just randomly engage with people. You don't know where they're going to bring the conversation, whatever. But I think that it's important. I think it's important to give people a voice. I think it's important to hear what Raptor fans are saying. And I think for, you know, because it allows people to see themselves represented. You know, I think it'd be very easy to be frustrated by the product that you're watching on the screen, hear Raptors Tonight or, some sort of like corporate-y podcast about it, and they're all like singing flowers and praises of Fred VanVleet and such shit. And like you could be like, God damn it, like I'm not seeing what I'm seeing anywhere. Like I'm seeing one thing on the court, and I'm not seeing that represented in any of the media. I'm not seeing it represented on TV. It's not being called by the broadcasters. What's going on? And I think that something like that could give a rise to a community like this, because this community becomes the sort of contrapuntal or counterbalance to that. So anyway, thanks so much for sure. He'd be very interesting. Good night, y'all. Tough loss. I hope they can pick it up on Friday. Hopefully learn some hard lessons from this game. Maybe the Celtics rest even more starters. Maybe the Celtics play all their starters on Friday, and then you're fucked. This was a definitely hard game. 2 games ago, I checked on Tankathon for strength of schedule. The Raptors had the hardest schedule, and that was with 1 Charlotte game remaining. So Boston, Milwaukee is like the hardest schedule remaining in the NBA. Boston, Milwaukee is the hardest schedule remaining in the NBA. There's a very good chance we're 9th, right? There's also a chance you lose all these games. You might be 10th. I don't know. I don't know what the implications are of the games that happened today yet, but 9th or 10th seems very, very possible, which means you're going to have to win 2 games in a row to make it. The team that I'm watching right now, the team that I'm witnessing right now, does not look like it's built to win 2 do-or-die games, one of which will be on the road. Just doesn't seem that way. But it's crazy to say that within 8 days, this season could be over. Let that sink into you. Within 8 days, because the play-in starts on Wednesday for 9-10, right? Or is it? I think 9-10 starts on Tuesday. So yeah, within 7-8 days, we could be talking about season's over. That feels crazy. It feels absolutely insane. Well, I always play the hypothetical what if, right? Thank you, Edmonton, Alberta. What if you don't lose this many games in the regular season? What if you're like that Raptors team that got swept by the Wizards? Do you guys remember that? Where we were the higher seed and we got swept by the 7th place, I think, Wizards. And it was such an embarrassment, but we kept with it because we had a good regular season. Okay. I'm going to ask the chat one more question because I'm very curious. And this is going to be the longest live stream in the history of this channel's existence. But I'm very curious which of these. So I'm gonna, or maybe I should do this next time. I'm gonna do this next time. Sorry. So the question I wanted to ask was, would you rather be a 60-win team that gets swept in the first round, or would you rather be a 40-win team that gets bounced in the play-in? Like, which of those two would you have preferred, provided the roster didn't change? Let's just say you had completely different schedule luck, injuries luck, shooting variance. Because look, there's shooting variance every single game. There's shots that are 90% in. Nick Nurse addressed it today. I don't think I've ever heard him address it in a media scrum before, where he said, the in and out battle 18-2. I don't know if that's true. I haven't checked the tape, but if he's saying that's true, then that's damning, right? Because every shot that's in or out was like 89 to 94% accurate shot. Like, it just didn't quite bounce the right way. Yeah. Wow. So y'all would have preferred the 60 win. Because I'll tell you, 60 win team, I don't know if you've thought about this properly, but if you were a 60 win team, you would have to pay so much more to retain these players, number one, because their market value would be accelerated heavily because of the fact that they won 60 wins. Number two, Pascal Siakam would definitely be all NBA, so you'd have to pay him a super max, right? right? Think about it. And your draft pick would be worse. That's also true. Your draft pick would be way worse. So you might have had a way less frustrating season overall, but you would be so much more devastated at the end when you get bounced by the Miami Heat. Like, and it's possible, by the way, perfectly possible. It's possible for a team that really just is a bit of a fraud, regular season fraud, you know. I think one of the most underrated parts of the play-in tournament is it can expose a fraudulent team that's peaked too early. Like, let's say, for instance, you're a team like the Brooklyn Nets, right? Drastically different than the team that won the vast majority of the games that their record is currently situated on, right? I'm not saying they don't deserve to be in the playoffs. I'm just saying if the season started today and we play 82 games again, they're probably not in the 6th seed or 5th seed. You know, they're probably lower. And so the plan, I've never really heard this addressed before, but maybe it has been. I've never heard it addressed. I think the plan is good for one reason. It's that teams that peak too early and teams that peak too late have a chance to sort themselves out, right? There are teams that start out 20-5 and then finish with 42 wins. If you do the math on that, that team has been terrible for like 62 games, or sorry, 57 games, right? Like they've been a lottery team for 57 games, but they still make the playoffs because they're really hot start. You take into consideration some of these things. You could also consider like an injury, you know, like at the midseason point, you know, like someone got injured, but the team had already won too many games to be out of the playoffs. Well, now they're in the play-in, they might get bounced. They still get a lottery pick. I think it's a good last minute eject for like a really overhyped 7th or 8th seed. Yeah. My last name is not Pensari, although I would understand why you would think that it is, because that's probably what a narcissist would do, right? They would name their channel after their name. Rob Pensari, what's it going to take to win in Boston? Prayers, hope. I don't know. You know, lock them on the bus. Pray they don't show up to the game. Pray they forfeit the game. I don't know, 125 points from Pascal Siakam. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it would take. But I will tell you that in a realistic 7-game series, I don't think you could beat this team. I just think they don't match up super well, right? Like, you would think in theory that Jaylen Brown, Jason Williams, you know, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, like, you would think in theory that you match up really well with this team. Because you have all these long switchy defenders, and you can actually park like Scottie on Jaylen Brown, and you can park OG on Jayson Tatum, and you know, like you would think in theory it matches up well, but actually they match up really well with you too, and I think that's a problem. Like Marcus Smart can take Fred VanVleet out of a series. I'm confident in that. Like he can, and not to mention Derek White. Like I think these are just really elite matchups for Fred VanVleet, or the type of player that Fred VanVleet aspires to be. I also think that Jayson Tatum is a hell of a defender, and I don't think people give him enough credit for that, but he is an incredible two-way player. So OG or Scottie, whoever the hell he's guarding, they're not going to have an easy series either. I also think that the paint protection of a Rob Williams and Al Horford, like Al Horford specifically, just really smart. So I don't think I think he can take angles away from Siakam. If he plays on Friday, like I don't know if he's playing, but like if he plays on Friday, I think you'll see it too. So yeah, I just look. I'm not trying to be a Boston hype boy, right? But I think they're a really good team. I realize they've had their ups and downs or whatever, but they've looked downright unstoppable at parts over the last 2 years. And there's just such a huge talent gap, and you have to consider what this team is playing for, what chip on their shoulder, et cetera, et cetera. And just who they are, like who they are in big moments. They swept the Brooklyn Nets with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving last year. I understand the coach is different, the team is different. We are not the Nets, whatever. But yeah, it's different. Anyways, have a good night, guys. Make sure to hit subscribe, like if you haven't already. Most likely, the last hour of this is probably getting clipped. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone who gave the super chats. I really appreciate it. For everyone who called in, really appreciate it, y'all. Thanks. Yeah, if they sit if they sit all three of their starters, the main starters, yes, you do. If they play Giannis and Brook Lopez, I don't think you do. If they play Drew Holiday and Giannis, I don't think you do. I don't think you understand like necessarily how discombobulated and disjointed this team looks. Actually, that game might be on the road. I'm sorry, that game's at home. So if we desperately need that game, yeah, I think we can get that game. But yeah. Anyways, have a good night, guys. Cheers.